Hey guys, are you able to hear me? Just ping me a yes or no so that we can just proceed. Just quickly ping a yes or no in the chat section. Okay, great. So, first of all, Merry Christmas to everyone. Right. So, today is Christmas, and we thought that it would be a holiday for most of you guys so that we can just have a quick webinar on some problems of dynamic programming. Right. So, yeah, same to you, Ayush. Same to you, Adarsh, right? So we will be discussing some problems of on dynamic programming today, right? The problems will be mostly focused on what you might expect in an interview. Also, we will take one problem from Spoj if we have some time, right? Depends on how quickly you are able to grasp the concepts and so on and so forth, right? So Naman says, will you start from the very basics? So Naman, I won't be starting from the very basics, right? Because the purpose of these webinars that we have been doing since the last week is basically to give you a better perspective on what kind of problems that you can expect in your interviews and so on and so forth, right? So most of the time the webinars will be basically discussing the problems directly. That's why in the mail and the message that you might have got on your email id and the WhatsApp groups, it was mentioned that you need to have at least a basic knowledge of recursion and at least a basic knowledge of dynamic programming, right? Make sense, Naman? Okay, so guys, just a quick note that you might have taken some webinars previously from various other instructors as well, right? So I expect you guys to be as responsive as possible, and that would make the webinar more engaging and more fruitful for everyone, right? Yeah, so I'll be taking one problem from Spoj, also Tushar, and two or three problems that will be related to somewhat what you can expect in your interviews. We will have more dynamic programming based webinars, and in those we can have some more difficult problems properly from Spoj or something else, right? Okay, so we will discuss corresponding to the class as the class will move forward. So we have almost 90 attendings till now. Let's wait for 1 or 2 minutes till the time. Just can you just guys tell me what's your feedback on the webinars that have been conducted till now? Do you have you guys faced any problem or any specific feedback that you might want to share with me, right? So just says awesome, right? So Ayush, this is your first webinar. Don't worry. If this is your first webinar, there will be more webinars in the coming months, right? Anyone is have If anyone is having any corresponding feedback, hello Himanshu. So Dipanshu, we have conducted some webinars on arrays and a bit of recursion, right? And we will be having some more in the further sessions. We also had a webinar on trees as well, right? Pranav, we might have taken that webinar. Okay. Yeah, Naman, we will be providing that. We will be providing that. So a lot of you guys were having the problem that we have still not uploaded the webinars. Okay. So the basic gist that why we are delaying the process of uploading the webinar is only because we want more and more interaction on the live session, right? So the basic thing that we expect you guys is to just have those webinars for revision purpose, but you should attend the webinars live and as much as of them possible, because all of you will have exams most of the time, because of most of you guys are from BTech, and we know that in BTech we have a lot of exams, internals, midsems, externals, practicals, and so on. So we can't just delay the process corresponding to the fact that we have exams or few people have interns. I do appreciate the fact that you guys are doing a lot, having some interns, cracking internships, cracking placements, but the thing is we need to schedule some time in between the whole busy schedule that everyone has, right? Why we started it in between the exams was the only reason we have was we need to do it as soon as possible, because if we on our side of coding blocks will delay the process of starting the webinars just because you have exams, then obviously maybe sometimes after when we have the schedule, maybe some of our instructors are busy and this process will get delayed and delayed. So sometimes you will be having some busy schedule and sometimes we will be having some, right? So that's why all the process is going on, right? So let's just start. So are you able to see the screen? Are you guys able to see the screen? Okay, so okay, great. So the first problem we will be discussing will be the interleaving strings, right? So the first problem is interleaving strings, right? So what are interleaving strings, right? So let me just give you a very cool example. Suppose you have two videos. Suppose you have two videos, right? And you might have seen few people nowadays on various platform are using one or two videos and just combining them, right? So have you seen some platforms where few people just combine videos to make some cool video out of it, right? So as everyone knows that if we have some video or an image inside our system, then these videos and these images are already present in the form of binary strings, right? Are you guys aware about this fact that every corresponding data that we have in our system is somewhat of a binary thing, and these binary things are just stored as strings in some files, right? And then we parse those strings and corresponding to that. So suppose that if we are merging two videos, if we are just merging two videos, right? And suppose that we are completely merging two videos such that we are extracting some clips. We are extracting some clips out of one video and some clips after two out of some clips from the second video and just combining them, right? So suppose that we have a binary, or suppose that the encoding of the first video, instead of binary, let us say that we have some English characters as the encoding. Suppose the encoding of the first video is like AABCC, right? This can happen, right? Instead of binary, let us say that the encoding on which for which we are storing the videos is, instead of binary, these are some English characters, right? And for the second video, suppose that the encoding is something like DBBCA, right? Make sense, guys? Are you are you able to connect with me till now? Just say a yes or no. Cool, right? So now how I will just merge these two videos and interleave these two videos such that the basic fact behind this interleaving process, is that the final video, that we will get should have all the characters, or I can say all the possible characters inside this first video and the second video inside the final video, right? It should contain all the characters of the first video and the second video, and the individual ordering of the character should be preserved, right? So suppose that I get a final string as AADBBCBCAA or AC, right? So suppose this is the final video that I got. This is the encoding of the final video that I got, right? So if you can just carefully see that this final encoding has been made by merging these two strings, and if you can just see that the relative ordering of the corresponding strings are also preserved, right? So suppose that we have D here, this D is coming from here. Suppose we have two B's here, and then we have, suppose, this C and this A. Suppose this green tags are coming for the second video, and suppose these yellow tag, that is AA, and then we can have a B, right? And then we can have a CC, right? So instead what I can do is, instead of this C, I can put this C here and these two, right? So the yellow taggings, can you see that the yellow taggings are for the first video and the green taggings are for the second video? Are you able to see that the yellow tagging is the exact subsequence that we are getting out of the first video? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? So basically what is the exact implementation of a problem like this in your real life software development kind of process is that you can have two files. That two files can be encoded in any corresponding encoding scheme, suppose binary or maybe in English characters as well, right? Now you are supposed to just merge these files such that all the data is preserved as it is, and the relative ordering of the data from the files is also preserved, right? This basically happens in kinds of videos where some people just do collage videos kinds of thing, where they pick two or three videos and make a collage out of it, where we have some frames from the first video, then suddenly some frames come from the third video, some frames again from the first video, then second, and so on. So this kind of applications come in the case of interleaving strings, right? So now if I will just easily explain what is the problem of interleaving strings, you will be given three strings, right? And let us say the strings are S1, S2 and S3. What you're supposed to do, you're supposed to just tell me in the form of true or false that if I can make the string S3 by interleaving S1 and S2, right? If I can make the string S3 by interleaving the string S1 and S2. Is the problem clear to everyone? Is the problem clear to everyone at least? Right. Okay, great, great. So just take 2 minutes, guys. Just take 2 minutes. Think for the problem. Think for any corresponding solution that you can get in your mind, and then maybe we can discuss, right? Because uh, okay, so Devesh says I missed it. So Devesh, the whole story summarizes to the fact that you will be given two strings, S1 and S2. Apart from that, you will be given one more string, S3. What you're supposed to do, you're supposed to tell me that if I can form the string S3 by interleaving S1 and S2. What I mean by interleaving means the fact that the string S3 should contain all the characters of S1 and S2, and the relative ordering of the characters inside S3 should also be maintained. For example, suppose S1 is this one and S2 is this one and S3 is this one. So can you see that the yellow caps that I have given is just coming from the string S1, and the green tags I have given is coming from the string S2. Are you able to see that, Devesh? Okay, so Varun says that we can check LCS of S1 and S3, then check LCS of S2 and S3. So Varun, can you just again think that if that would be that would be a correct approach? What if we have all the characters from the first string plus all the characters from the second string and some extra characters as well? Would you be able to just rectify that? Are you able to get my point, Varun? Okay, great. So anyone else with an approach? So yes, says checking the order of each string with recursion and backtracking. So yes, maybe you can just elaborate a bit that how you would do that. Anurag says make a frequency array for both. Then Anurag, what we can do? Sarthak Kundra says KMP. So how would you apply KMP here, Sarthak? Is it a pattern matching kind of a problem? We have two choices for every character. Either it comes in S1 or S2. Two pointers, one on S1. Okay. Yeah, Jatin. We can have something similar to that. We can use something similar to that. Right. Yeah, and then we can use memoization. Great, great. You are on a right track. Anyone else, guys? We have 145 participants. So maybe I can expect some engagement from everyone. Right. So few people are suggesting me memoization. Few people are suggesting me memoization. Great. So Sarthak, is the pattern matching problem exactly mapping to what you are expecting here? Is the pattern matching problem will definitely satisfy this? Dhanish says LCS. So Dhanish, will LCS directly help you? What if you have some extra characters present as well? If you what if you have some extra characters present as well? Corresponding to what Sarthak Kundra is saying. So Sarthak, pattern matching is basically a substring matching kind of problem, not a subsequence matching kind of a problem, right? So that's why that won't be working exactly. So Tushar says there can't be extra characters. Yes, there can be extra characters, right? So suppose that apart from just this string, we have some more characters like X, Y, Z. Then obviously it is the answer for the given test case will be false. Why? Because the final string is not interleaved by only first and second video. It has some extra characters as well, that maybe some noise or some third video that is interleaving as well, right? So we just need to check for two videos or two strings that are interleaving, right? Okay, so shall we discuss, guys? Shall we discuss? Anyone else who wants to share their approach? Yeah, Vaishnavi, we will do something similar to this, something similar to that. Dipanshu says maintain a hash map of the index and maintain two pointers on string. So if word not present, pass it, else false. So Dipanshu, what if you have some extra characters or you have some intersection of strings, right? What if you have some intersection of strings? Suppose instead of three C's, we have only two C's. Here, suppose we have only two C's. Then would you be able to just rectify the intersection or the extra characters as well? Just think about that. Okay, great. So let's just start the discussion, guys. Let's just start the discussion. So, okay, cool. So suppose that we have these strings. Suppose that we have these strings. Let me just copy the exact strings here also. So the first string is A B C C. The second string is D B B C A, and our final string that is supposed to be interleaved is A D B B C B C A C. Make sense, right? Okay, so few people are saying the screen is not updating. Just a second, guys. Just a second. I guess I know the issue. Is it updating now? Right, cool. Okay, makes sense. So, guys, the first and the foremost thing, the first basic check that we can have here is, if the length of the final string S3, if the length of the final string S3, suppose S3 dot length is not equal to S1 dot length plus S2 dot length, will I be able to make the interleaving string anyway if this condition holds true? If the length of the final string is not equal to the sum of the length of the first two string, so would I be able to do anything? I can just say no. I won't be able to map this solution. Why? Because I want to have all the characters separately from S1 and S2, right? If the string is not equal to, so either it would be greater than or it would be less than. If it would be less than, then obviously there would be some intersection of characters. That's also not allowed. If you have some extra characters, that also not allowed, right? So this, if this condition holds true, then I can just simply return false. Make sense? No, Tushar, intersection is also not allowed, right? Make sense, guys? So Tushar, you said so you can, why I mapped this the question with the problem of videos is because, can you just imagine two videos getting combined on some platform, and they have some intersection part as well, that would lead to some random noise inside your final encoding, right? So you won't be able to exactly combine the two videos if you will just see the intersection and so on and so forth, right? So let's just see that what we can do. Okay, so now here you can see that the first string that we have is AABCC, and the second string is DBBCA, right? Cool. Now, guys, one very easy observation. Suppose I'm at the last character. Suppose for the time being, I'm at the very last character, right? And the last character of any of the string, that is either S1 or S2, is not matching with last character of S3, right? Suppose instead of C and A, we have DX here, right? So the last character here of my both the strings, none of the last character from the string is matching the character C. What I can say from there? What I can say? So Tushar, the problem is corresponding to a subsequence problem, not a substring problem, right? We can't just check the substrings. Guys, are you able to get my point, that if for my last character, if I'm just checking my last character, right? And this last character, that is D from S1 or X from S2, is not matching the last character of the string S3, what I can say? Is it going to be an interleaving string any day? No? Make sense? Right? Cool. So I'll just return no, that this won't happen. Make sense? Okay. Now, let us say instead of having different characters, let us say that we have similar characters only, right? That is either a character from S1 or the characters from S2, the last character. So Sheikh, we can just map this from the very first also. I'm just mapping this from the very last, right? So what I'm trying to say, that either any character, either the last character from S1 or the last character from S2 is matching the last character of S3, then we can have the interleaving strings or we cannot have. Make sense? Either the answer can be true or can be false, right? How many of you are able to get my point? Because if it can be true or can't be false will depend on the fact that what is the answer of the rest of the string left, right? It will depend on the fact that what is the answer for the rest of the string left. Make sense? How many of you are not able to get my point till now? So Dipanshu says, can you repeat? So Dipanshu, from where shall I repeat? Shall I repeat the last condition or shall I repeat this non-matching condition also? Okay. So guys, what I'm trying to say is that if the sum of the length of S1 and S2 is not equal to S3, then obviously interleaving won't happen. Make sense? Make sense, guys? Cool. Okay. Now, suppose that the last character of S1 and S3 is XY. Suppose I'm just doing the observation for the very last character, right? So if the last character of S1 and S3, any of the last character from S1 and S3 is not matching with the last character of S3, so can I ever have any interleaving string? So yeah, Divya. So Divya says we could have matched for the very first as well. Yes, the reference frame for the start can be mapped to either start of the string or the last of the string, anything. I just want to give you a concept that how you will think for a dynamic programming solution, right? You can have from the very start or you can have from the very last. Make sense? Right? Okay. Now, if this condition is clear to everyone, what if the last character of either S1 or S2 is equal to last character of S3? Would I be able to make interleaving string? Yes or no? If the last character of any one of them is equal to the last character of S3. Yeah, Divya says maybe. That's true. Either we can have an interleaving string or maybe we cannot have an interleaving string. This will depend on the fact that what is the answer for the remaining strings that we have. What is the answer for the remaining strings we have, right? We need to check further, right? So others says we need to check further. So the whole approach relies on the fact that in order to determine whether the string S3, so that is suppose that we have checked this for the last character, right? Now let us say that for any index k inside S3, right? Now let us say instead of just mapping to the very last character, let us say any in between character, right? For any in between character, right? So if you are just moving from the very backwards, to the front, then what I can say that the whole approach relies on the fact that the substring starting from this kth index till the last index can be found by interleaving the substrings of S1 and S2. Suppose I keep an index of I at S1 and J at S2, right? So some part of the substring from any index I to the very last and the substring from any index J to the very last should be used in the substring from K to the very last. Make sense? Right? If we are just talking about the very last one, so Tushar says, so basically we can have S1 and S2, subsequence of S3, the length of S3 equals to, right? Please. Yeah. So this condition should hold true. That length should be equal, right? The length should be equal. Okay. So let me just repeat it. So what I'm trying to say here is, guys, so let me just again write the test case. This is AABCC and DBBCA. So if you are just able to understand that we can check for the very last, are you able to understand that we can also check for the very first instead of the very last? Some people also notified this me, right? We can, instead of just checking to the very last, we can just check the very first. Make sense? Okay. Now, if I can check for the very first, so let us say I'm at any index I for S1, any index J for S2, and at any index, suppose K at S3, right? Right. So yeah, Karan, we would return as soon as we have found any mismatch, we would just return, right? So if I am at any index I for S1, J for S2, and K for S3. So the whole approach relies on the fact that whether a substring of string S3 till the index K, right? So the substring till the index k. So I'll be taking doubts. Don't worry, guys. I'll be taking doubts. Just a second. Let me just explain me first. So the substring for the string s3 till the index k, right, should be formed by interleaving the substring of s1 from 0 to I and substring of s2 from 0 to j. Make sense? If I am at any corresponding index I and j, right? Are you guys able to get my point? That if I say that the substring of s3 till the index k is an interleaving of any substring of s1 from 0 to I or any substring from s1 of 0 to j, then we can say that, okay, we have a interleaving string depending on these two indexes. Make sense? Right? Make sense? But the answer will also rely on the fact that what is the status of the rest of the characters, right? As we saw in this case, that even if we have the last characters matched with any one of the characters of s1 and s2, still the answer will depend on the rest of the strings. This is the only thing that I want to convey. Are you guys able to map the solution with me? Are you guys able to map the solution with me? Because the rest of the string, if that is not interleaved, then how the any cross, even if any cross section is interleaved, then also the whole string won't be an interleaving string, because some part is there which is not interleaving. Make sense? Make sense, guys? Cool. Okay, so I guess Aman was posting any doubt. So Aman, can you just post your doubt again? I just missed your message. Can you just post your doubt? Let me just check it. Okay, so Aman, as soon as you hear me, just put your doubt again if you were there, or anyone else who is having any doubt till now. Anyone else who is having any doubt till now? Just ping a yes or no, guys. Just ping a yes or no. Yeah, I'll be explaining how we can map the characters of s3 and s3, right? s1 and s2 to s3, right? So let's just write whatever we have seen till now, right? So Ayush says, what if s1 at I and s2 at j don't match the last character? So not to the last character, I will be matching to any character k, right? And if that's not the case, then obviously we won't be having the corresponding interleaving string till that point, right? Okay, and we can check the last index then recursively. Yeah, Sushant, why I explained with the last index, because we can just recursively recursively found the solution based on that, right? And it will make sense. Okay, okay, cool, makes sense. Okay, right. So let's just start writing a bit of code, right? And then we will see that how I can just apply a bit of DP here. So suppose that I have a function bool interleaved, right? I'll be just writing a pseudo code, guys, so that we won't be spending a lot of time on writing the code. You can just try to write the code on your own. Yeah, Sunny, I'll be explaining the iterative one as well. Don't worry. Okay, so I'll be having a function interleaving, right? I will be passing a string s1, then I'll be passing a string s2, and then I'll be passing a string s3, right? So what I can say here is at any point of time, if I have a condition like s1 dot size plus s2 dot size is not equal to s3 dot size, right? So what I will do, guys, anyone, what I can do, if this is the case, we have already discussed this. If this is the case, then what I can do? Yes, most of you guys are writing it correctly. We can just return false, guys. We can just return false. Make sense? Right? No need to do anything else. Apart from that, what I can check is if at any point of time, suppose, firstly, what I will do, I will just compare the characters of s1 and s2, s1 and s3, and then I can compare with s2 and s3, right? So instead, what I can do here is, I can just change the function parameter a bit by passing I, j, and k. Are you guys able to understand what is this I, j, and k? I is the pointer that will be moving on s1. J will be the pointer for s2. K will be the pointer for s3. So here I will just return false. And then what I can do is, if S1 at I is equals to S3 at K, right? If S1 at I is equals to S3 at K, right? So what will be my answer? My answer will be return whatever my answer is for the interleaving of S1, S2, S3 for the string I plus 1, because we have checked till I, for the string I plus 1, comma J, comma K plus 1. Make sense, guys? This will be the case, right? If we have the characters matched, if we have the characters matched for S1 and S3, then obviously the rest of the string of S1 will be mapped with the rest of the string of S3, and the string that we have S2 will also be mapped correspondingly to that, right? Are you guys able to understand my point? Okay. And also instead what I can do is, instead just keeping this as a separate checks, I can have a single check as well, right? I can have a single check corresponding to both the string as well, right? That is, if suppose, let me just come back to the screen. Yeah, so if S1 at I is equals to S3 at K, and we will recursively call for interleave of S1, S2, S3, I plus 1, J, K plus 1, right? This will be the condition for S1 and S3. Either this can be true, or S2 at J is equals to S3 at K, and we got an interleave for S1, S2, S3 with I, J plus 1 and K plus 1. If any of these condition is true, we can just return true. Make sense? Make sense, guys? How many of you are not able to get my point? That firstly, I will just map the character, the ith character with S1. Then I will just map the character of, sorry, ith character of S1 with kth character of S3. Then I will just map jth character of S2 with kth character of S3. Makes sense? Initially, I will just pass I, J, and K, all three as 0 from the main function, right? So Hemant, that won't affect our answer. If I and J have equal character, that doesn't affect our answer, because my character should be equal to S3. S1 and S3, if they don't have an intersection, or if they have an intersection, we don't need anything else, right? So Pranchu asked for recursive call. So Pranchu, can you see that I have made a recursive call in the if check only? This interleave function is the only recursive call that I can have, right? Are you able to get my point? So Hemant says, okay, so Hemant is having one very good doubt. So Hemant says that as soon as I'm able to find S1 and S3 are equal at I and kth index, shouldn't it be I plus 1, J plus 1 and K plus 1? So Hemant, no. Why this won't be the case? Why this won't be the case? Because suppose, again, let us come to the very last character, or let us say that, let's just start from the very first character. So if the first character, if any of the first character from S1 and S2 is matching the first character of S3, suppose here you can see that the first character of S1 is matching the first character of S3, then our answer will rely on what fact? Our answer will rely on this string, and this string. Are you able to get my point? That is, as soon as I got a match at I and K, then everything from I plus 1 till end, everything from J till end, and everything from K plus 1 till end will be depending on our answer. Make sense? How I can keep the track of string length? The string length property is already embedded in the string class, right? So Dipanshu asked for a very good one, that what if this is not happening? If the character at S1 and S2 is not available in S3 or something similar to that, then obviously we can just, in the else case, we can just return false. We can just return false, right? Cool. How many of you are able to get my point? Just let me know. How many of you are able to get the recursive solution? Just let me know. Okay, anyone who is having any doubt? Anyone who is having any doubt? I'll just easily map this solution to a bottom-up DP. No issues. So, Amrita, if you have just joined a bit late, just wait for a few seconds. We'll just move on to the next question, and then you can just join us corresponding to that. So, Nihir Agarwal is asking, why do we even need recursion? Why we can't just use 2 pointers at S1 and S2 and 1 pointer at S3 and incrementing either of two as we match the character with S3? What if you have extra characters, Nihir, and what if you have some intersection of characters between S1 and S2? Then maybe you can just run the case corresponding to that, right? Anyone else? Then we can go iterative approach. Yeah, so I'll be explaining the iterative approach as well. So this is the code, guys. This is the code, a basic code, no issues. Yeah, multiple test cases will be there. Pranchu, multiple test cases will be there. So Aman Tandon, what I'm saying is that I just started the story from the very last character or the very first character because I wanted to map this to any general I and J as a case, right? So Arun says, isn't can be done with merge list? So Arun, can you just explain a bit more? So yeah, there will be more base cases. I'll be explaining more base cases, Pranchu, don't worry. I'll be explaining the cases. Rajat, I'll explain that also, don't worry. Ayush, no issues if we have if we have two equal characters at I and J as well, because there should be separate entities for both I and J inside my S3 string. There should be separate entities for both. We can't have the intersected entity. So we are returning the status as Boolean, right? Divya, we are returning the status. So few people are saying more base cases. Yes, we will have. Don't worry. Just a second. Let me just go through the doubt of everyone. Okay. If everyone has asked their doubt, there will be few more cases, right? There will be few more cases. What if we have exhausted any string S1 or S2, right? Suppose we have seen all the characters of S1 and we still have some characters of S2 left. Or what if we have seen all the characters of S2 and we have some characters of S1 left? What I can do that at that time? What I can do? Anyone? Himanshu, it will be 0, 0, 0. Tushar, again, what if you have intersecting characters, or what if you have some extra characters? So others, this won't be the correct approach. Why? Because inside LCS, suppose there are some intersection of characters, right? Suppose inside S3, inside this S3, you have 1C less. Then also you would be able to find the LCS equally, right? Then also you would be able to find the LCS equally. You need to have separate instances of each character. You need to have separate instances of each character, right? Okay, so Karan is asking something. So Karan, won't OR condition would be able to handle that? So yeah, so here you can see that we already have a OR condition, but still do we need to go inside recursion? Can we just easily map this with a base case? We can just have a simple base case that we can just have a base case here that if my current I is double equals to S1 dot size, that is we have exhausted the first string, then I can just return that if the second substring, that S2 dot sub str starting from the jth index is equals to S3 dot sub str starting from the kth index, right? Is this case clear to everyone? That if I have exhausted my first string, then sorry, I guess the display is again not working. There might be some internet related issues. Sorry for the delay, guys. Right. So guys, are you able to get this base case that if I have exhausted my first string, then I'll just do simple matching for the second string and vice versa. Right. That if I exhausted the second string, then I will do some simple matching on the first one. Make sense? This will be some extra base cases that you can add corresponding to that. Any doubts now, guys? Any doubts? Most of you were having some doubt for extra base cases. Any doubts? Okay. So one of you were asking that. One of you were asking that. Okay. So Dipanshu says no. So Dipanshu, shall I unmute you so that we can just discuss corresponding to that? Yeah, Sushant, I'll explain the last one. Don't worry. So Dipanshu, shall I just unmute you? Okay. So Aman, the base cases would be placed here, right? After this statement, after this statement, before the recursive calls, you can just place the base cases here, right? Make sense? So what is the last thing that I explained? Suppose that you have a string s1 equals to empty and s2 equals to AAC, and you have s3 also equals to AAC, right? You will make a recursion call for what? S1, S2, S3 with 0, 0, 0. Make sense? Make sense, guys? This will be the recursive call from the main, yes or no? Those who are not able to understand this case, right? So as soon as I'll come inside this position, I'll check that, okay, if sum of both the sizes equals to the third size or not. So yes, it is already equal, so no issues. Now I will check that, okay, we have already exhausted the first string because there was no first string even available, right? Or we can say that we have already exhausted this. So in order to check that if we can form S3 by interleaving S1 and S2 is to simply check that whatever I have left in S3 should be exactly matched as a substring inside S3, right? Make sense? So this is the thing what I'm doing here, that if I have exhausted S1, if I have exhausted S1, then I just need to check that everything left inside S2 should be exactly present inside S3. Make sense? And Tushar, what if you have some extra characters, then how you will do that? How you will just remove some extra characters? Because if here you can see that if S1 is exhausted, then inside S3 we should only have character of S2. So it reduces to substring as well, right? If we have checked for all the characters of S1, then inside S3, either we should have exactly all the characters of S2 left, or there would be some extra ones. So we can just have a substring kind of a matching. Are you able to get my point, Vikas? Right. Yeah, so if S3 can have, if S3 has some duplicates, then obviously it won't be matching as a substring with S2, right? It won't be exactly matching with the substring of S2, right? Suppose it has AAC and we have S2 as AAC, then obviously this A is extra, na? It is not interleaved. Are you able to get my point, Vikas? Cool. So Varun says if I will just return true here, then the function will not check. There is no need to even check now because we don't have anything in S1. Everything need to be checked between S2 and S3. Or if we have exhausted S2, then everything needs to be checked between S1 and S3. Right. Cool. Yeah, Tushar. Yeah, Tushar. Yeah, Priyanshu, we will memorize that. Yeah, Tushar, you need to just separately check for both, right? You need to just separately check for both. But here we can just see that we have a general expression in which we are able to just solve every case by just taking recursion, right? Now, how I will memorize this? So if you know that inside DP, we should know that what is the state of recursion first, and we should also see that is there any repeating sub problem, right? Is there any overlapping or repeating sub problem, right? So suppose that I can just easily explain one repeating sub problem. That is, suppose here inside S1 and this one, right? Suppose we have, instead of the last character as A, we can have the last character as C, right? Memoize means applying DP, Sushant. That is inside the top-down DP, we mean memoize. I will also explain that, Divya, but let us see that what is the overlapping subproblem kind of scenario here. So here you can see that if both the characters are same, If both the characters are same, then firstly I will check interleaving for this uh, this part and the rest of the string inside S3. Or what I will do, I will check for this whole string and this part and the string left inside S3, right? This can be one of the repeating sub problems, because here you can see this part and this part will be again checked. Or we can see that A B C C D B C sorry D B B C A, right? My answer for that, okay, if this CC and CA are forming some interleaving strings, will depend on the answer of AAB and DBB. Make sense? Also my answer for C and A will also depend on AABC and DBBC. So can you see some more intersections here? So Tushar, as I said, that you need to separately check. There is no as such issues, right? I've already explained that. You need to just separately check both in the case of intersection and in the case of extra, right? You were missing, initially you were missing the extra characters case, right? Yeah, so let me just draw the recursion tree. So AABCC and DBBCC. Okay. So AAA, sorry, this is, just a second guys, let me just write the case. This is AABCC and DBBCA. DBBCA, right? Okay. And what are we having inside my final character as AADBB? Okay. So my final string is what? AADBB, right? And apart from this, we are having, let me just check the test case. So this is AADBB and CBCA. Cool. Makes sense. Now, we will have how many calls? Suppose we will check for the first character. Here you can see the first character, right? So first character is mapping the first character of this one. So I will make a recursion call to what? I will make a recursion call to ABCC and DBBCA. Make sense? Make sense, guys? Is this correct? Okay. This call won't be made. This call won't be made because D is not equal to A, right? Okay. Now, my pointer will come at this character. Okay. Now again, A is mapping with this one. So I'll have one more case, that is A. This A will be removed. This will be BCC and DBBCA. Cool. And I will just come again at D for the next call. Okay. Now here you can see that D will be mapped. D is mapping with this one. So I will make a recursion call for BCC and BBCA. Now here you can see that the next character is B. The next character is this B. Now this B can be coming from the first string. So it will become CC, BCA, or it can be coming from the second string. So it will become BCC, BCA, right? Now, here you can see that suppose come to this call, BCC, BCA. Now the next character is also B. So this can be coming from the first character, that is CC, BCA, or it can be coming from the second one, that is BCC, CA. Can you see one of the repeating overlapping sub problem? Everything below this one and everything below this one will be repeated. Are you able to see this? Are you able to see this, guys? Yes or no? A repeating overlapping sub problem. Perfect. Okay. So now let's just talk about, yeah, we can just take any of the two. Piyush says no, left is BBCA. No, Piyush, here, which one? This is coming from by removing this one, so it becomes BCA, and this comes from removing this one, so this becomes BCA, right? Okay. Oh, just a second, guys. Okay, so I just missed one call. Just a second. Yeah. So thanks for notifying. So this will be coming from BCC. So, okay, so this will be removed and we will have BBCA here, right? And in the next call, we will have CC, BC, right? In the next call, we will have CC, BC, and this is mapping now. Is this cool? Piyush, is this correct? Right. Okay. So guys, now let's just talk about the state of a DP. What is the state of a DP? Anyone? So Tushar, now we will be applying DP so that we are not calling both of them. We will be just calling one of them and storing our answer. We will just apply DP now. We will just try to apply DP now. Cool. Guys, anyone who knows that what is the state of a DP? Aman says previous values. Okay, so how I define a state of a DP in my terms, for any sub problem, the parameters that defines it contributes to state of DP, right? So a state of a DP or any state of any recursion based problem will be identified by the parameters that are going to change in any new sub problem. So here you can see that every time I'm making a recursion call, so I am making a change for I am making a change for J, and I am also making a change for K, right? So how many parameters are there? How many parameters that are changing in new sub problems, guys? 3. So do we need a 3D DP here? Do we need to have 3-dimensional DP here? No. We can do this by 2D. How I can do this by 2D? Because here you can see that I can just derive K by writing it as I plus J minus 1. Make sense? I can derive K. I can derive the value of K anytime by writing it as I plus J minus 1, because K is what? The index at this one, and K can also be taken as the sum of number of characters included from S1 and S2, right? So this will be the corresponding sum, I plus J minus 1, based on indices. Divya says repeat. So Divya, are you able to see the repeating sub problem? Yes or no? Okay. Are you able to get that the state of the dynamic programming will be defined by at least 3 parameters? At most 3 parameters, I, J, and K. Now what I'm saying is that suppose at this point of time, where I have taken one character from this one and no characters from this one. So I have just mapped the first character with this character. Yes or no, Divya? Yes or no? Right. So what is the value of I in the new state? 1. What is the value of J in the new state? 0. So how can I just get the fact that I need to have this character? I can just write I plus J. I'll tell you that why I'm subtracting 1. Let me just at least tell you that the value of K will be depending on some equation of I and J. It will be depending on some equation of I and J. Make sense? Right. Okay. Now what will be the exact equation? Guys? So let's just see. So now suppose I have mapped all the characters. From this one. I have mapped all the characters from this one. So what is the length of the original string S1? It is 5, right? What is the length of the original string S2? It is also 5. What should be the final string of the string S3? It should be 10. Make sense? But in terms of indexing, it will be 0 to 4. Here also it will be 0 to 4. And it will be 0 to 9, right? So in terms of indexing, we need to write what? This is I minus 1 and J minus 1, right? This will be how many indices will be here? I minus 1. How many indices will be here? J minus 1. How many indices will be here? I plus J minus 1. Make sense? Yes or no, guys? So if you'll just map instead of 0, if instead of how I started in mapping this and this character, instead of you will just map with the indices, because you need to fill this DP array, right? You need to fill a DP array. So if you will just map this with indices, then you just need to check for any I and j, check for the I plus j minus 1th character inside the string S3, right? So how you will memorize? How you will memorize? You will have a DP. You will have a 2D DP. It will be of S1 dot size and S2 dot size, right? And at any point of time, the DP of I comma j will be depending on what? That if S1 at I is equals to S2 at j, and DP of, how I will just map the new DP? How will I map the DP here? Anyone? If I know that what will be the recurrence, how I can just map the DP here? So as I just told you that in my recursive solution, in my corresponding recursive solution, I'll just make a call. I'll just make a call of interleaving. Then I'll make S1, S2, and S3. Then I'll pass I plus 1 comma j comma. So sorry, this is S3, right? This is S3. This is S3 of k. So I will write I comma j comma k plus 1. This will be one condition, or the second condition, right? Or the second condition. Okay, so again the display issue, right? So this will be the first condition, and we will just map with the second condition, right? This will be the state of DP at I comma j, right? Prancho, I'll be coming to that kind of bottom-up solution. Don't worry, I'll be coming to that kind of bottom-up solution. How many of you guys are able to understand till now? Just write a yes or no. Okay, so Khem, shall I unmute you? Khemchan, shall I unmute you? Okay, okay. Hardik, shall I unmute you? Anyone? So that we can just discuss what's your doubt. Okay, so Danish, let me just unmute you, and then we can just discuss, right? Okay, just a second. I guess most of you guys are having the same doubt. So I guess unmute. Okay, Danish, just tell me what's your doubt.
So yeah, now if I and j are the indices, if we add them, won't they result in I plus j plus 1 instead of I plus j minus 1?
Okay, so the overall length. So what is, sorry, just a second. Just a second, let me just rub this. Right. Yeah. Okay. So if I represent that I is what? If I say that I is my overall length, if I say that I is my overall length of S1, J is my overall length of S2, then the overall length of S3 will be what? I plus J. Make sense, Danish?
Yes.
Okay. If the length of S1 is I, what will be the last index of S1?
I minus 1.
I minus 1. If length of S2 is J, then what will be the last index of J? Sorry,
J.
S2. J minus 1. If the length of S3 is I plus J, then what will be the last index here? What is the last index here?
Last index will be I plus j minus 1. But if we are adding I minus 1 and j minus 1 to get current index, then it will be, I plus j minus 2.
So let me just say you. Okay, just a second. So anytime when you will be just mapping the DP, so what you know that if everything from 0 to I minus 1th index is getting correctly mapped with 0 to k minus 1th index, then I can say that the substring from 0 to I minus 1 of S1 is correctly interleaving with substring of 0 to k minus 1, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if I see a bottom up kind of solution, if I just write a bottom up kind of a solution here, right? If I just do a bottom up kind of a solution, then easily what I can say that DP of I minus 1 comma j, right? If this is true, suppose I make this as a Boolean array. This is a Boolean array. If this is true, what you can what you can suggest till now. This signifies the fact that substring of S1 from 0 to I minus 1 plus substring of S2 from 0 to J is correctly interleaving with substring of S3 till I plus J minus 1. Make sense?
Yeah.
This is how I will be denoting the index K.
Yeah. Now I
Right?
got it. Yeah.
How many of you are able to get my point, guys? That why I was making a relation of I plus J minus 1. Just say a yes or no. Harsh says no. So Harsh, shall I unmute you? So Danish, is your doubt resolved? Shall I mute you again?
Yeah.
Okay. So Harsh, shall I unmute you? Just say a yes or no, Harsh, so that we can just discuss again. Okay, so Harsh says no. So Harsh, maybe you can just ask your doubt at the very last of our discussion, right? Then maybe I would be able to do that. So I represent the index that we have traversed inside the string S1, right? Okay. So guys, as we were discussing the bottom up solution only to explain the fact that why I am using I plus J minus 1. So let us see that what could be the recurrence for the bottom up solution. So inside the bottom up solution, we can have dp at I minus 1 and J, and it should be denoting the fact that S1 at I minus 1 also should be equal to S3 at I plus J minus 1 also, right? This will be the condition when I'm just mapping for S1 and S3, or it should be equal to what? dp at I J minus 1 and S2 at J minus 1 equals to S3 at I plus J minus 1, right? Among these two, if any one also is also true, then also I can say that I have an interleaving string till now. Make sense? Can you just make a bottom up kind of a solution? If you have a recurrence like this, you can just fill the base cases. You can just try to think that how you will fill the base cases, right? So this will be the whole recurrence, right? Aman, this will be the whole recurrence for any I and J. For any corresponding I and J, can you see that this the given sentence that I have written here will be the whole recurrence? Are you able to see this? Let me just see that if anyone else is having any doubt. Right, because inside these kind of recurrences, if I will just say I is equals to 0, I is equals to 0 means nothing, because suppose for a string S1 we have A, B, C, D. For string S2 we have E, F, G, H. So initially what I will do, I'll map the empty instances of the first character as well. Then what I will be mapping, what the first character with this part, then second character with this part, and so on. So if I will just prepare a DP, so let us say that this is my DP array, right? So this DP array will be corresponding to A, B, C, D, and E, F, G, H, right? So this position will always be true, right? This position will always be true if you have just done the longest palindromic substring kind of a problem or something similar to that. Then generally what we do, we also take an empty character, right? Because what if we have not taken any character from the first string but taken all the characters of the second string? Then I can also have some interleaving part, right? Then also I can have some interleaving part. Or if I have taken no string from the no character from the second string but some characters from the first string, then also I can have that, right? How many of you guys are able to understand this, that why I am taking I minus 1 and J, right? Because this part, this single instance is denoting the fact that no characters from S1 and S2 has been taken. This instance is denoting what? That I have taken A from the first string but still nothing from the second string. This is denoting what? That I have taken 4 characters from the first string and no character from the second string. Are you guys able to understand this? That's why I'm taking everything in terms of -1, right? Okay. So guys, is the problem clear to everyone? Is the problem clear to everyone now? Shall we move ahead? Shall we move ahead? This is a very tricky kind of a problem. If someone just asks you in interviews, then if you would not have done a lot of questions on string based DP, then maybe you might feel it difficult, right? Okay, so guys, shall we proceed? Just quickly write a yes or no. So Karan, we are having a check to the previous state, because if I can say that, okay, this C is matching with some C of S3, then I should know na, that this much part that we have discussed from S1 and some part from S2 should be present inside S3 as the interleaving part. So our answer will depend on our previous answer. Na? Generally bottom up Prancho, because inside top down kind of a solution, you can get a stack overflow if the cases are a bit big. Okay, so let's just move to the next problem. How many of you see Netflix? Just say a yes or no. How many of you see Netflix? Some people say no. Okay, maybe Amazon Prime. Okay, so maybe you are just watching a series, and let's say that any corresponding series, suppose you are at the episode 3, you are at an episode 3 of that, okay, Stranger Things. Let's just take Stranger Things, right? So if you are at episode 3 of Stranger Things, and if you have just carefully noticed that there is a particular section where you see a recap, of the previous episode, that is episode 2. Have you seen this? There is a recap that comes before the start of every new episode. Have you seen that? Right. Whenever we have a recap inside Netflix, I am not sure about Prime, but inside Netflix, whenever we have a recap, there is a small button of skip recap, or if you have an intro video, then there is a small button of skip intro. Have you seen this? Generally, you have a skip intro kind of a button, at least if you have an intro video kind of thing, right? Even a normal YouTube stuff. Can anyone suggest me that whatever knowledge of data structures and algorithms you have, if you are supposed to just implement this skip intro or skip recap kind of a function, how will you do that? Just think of an algorithm that, suppose you have the episode 2 stored in your database, you have episode 3 in which there is a particular section which have our video curator has made as a recap part, and you as an engineer at Netflix want to just implement this skip intro function, right? We can't expect the video curator to put a skip in and skip out time duration every time, because whenever you see that the platforms that expect the contents to be made from different content curators, then these kind of a thing can lead to a very bad user experience. If for any video, the time that the video curator is mentioning for skip intro button to just come, or the time that the curator is mentioning for this skip intro button to just escape, is not matching, right? So if that won't be the case, so that would be a very bad user experience. So how you can implement this skip intro function if you have the episode 2 and episode 3, and each episode is having some recap part from the previous one? Anyone? This is a simple design based question that can be asked, right? Although exactly what happens is there is a lot of machine learning and a lot of hashing kind of stuff that's happening. But if in layman terms you want to implement this, can you do this with LCS? Can you do this with LCS, longest common subsequence? If we have the string of episode 2 and if we have the string of episode 3, then the LCS, there will be some part of the episode 2 which will be present as a subsequence inside the recap. Make sense? How many of you know that what is LCS? How many of you know what is LCS? Just quickly write a yes or no, guys. Okay. So if you know that this is an LCS, then can you just see that if we have some part inside the recap would be containing what? Some snapshot of this episode 2, some snapshots of this episode 2, right? Yes or no? Some snapshots of episode 2 will be there, and some new content of episode 3 will be there. So if I just make a LCS of the episode 2 with episode 3, then I can get the recap part as well. If I just, along with the length, I can just store the instances where this part is coming, then obviously this recap part would be having some snapshot of episode 2 that can be leaded to an LCS. Are you guys able to get my point? Yes or no? That you can just use LCS to map the two videos. Right. Sukunal is saying no. Sukunal, shall I unmute you so that we can just discuss? Okay, so maybe you can just discuss at the very last of the webinar, right? Now, guys, sometimes what can happen is you can also expect a pre-cap. You can also expect a pre-cap inside your videos, right? That what's going to come in this, right? What is going to come inside this? Am I saying right that sometimes there can be a case that you are also seeing some pre-cap instead of a recap? You can also see some pre-cap that what's going to be inside the current episode. So let me just map this solution, map this problem of pre-cap to strings. That suppose that you have a string, right? This is suppose A, B, C, D, A, B, C, right? Suppose you have these strings, right? Yeah, trailers and spoilers. I use says trailers and spoilers. Okay. So suppose you have this string. What you're supposed to do? You're supposed to check that if there is a subsequence such that the length of the subsequence is greater than equals to 2 and it is present twice in my string. So I was mapping this with a pre-cap. Suppose you have a trailer kind of a thing initially before your video, then obviously this trailer will be having some snapshot of the video, of the content that is exactly present in the video. So there will be a subsequence that will be repeated inside my string. So the problem is of the finding of longest repeating subsequence such that the length of the subsequence should be at least equal to 2. Right, Tushar, the whole problem is, suppose you have a string like A, B, C, D, A, B, C. You are supposed to tell me that if there is any subsequence such that the length of the subsequence is greater than or equal to 2 and it is present at least twice in my string, right? It is present at least twice in my string. Divya, is the problem clear? This is the condition given. This is the condition given that the length of the subsequence should be at least equal to 2. Sanskriti, it is given in the statement that it should be present at least twice, right? Now, Akhil asked a very good question that can they overlap? So suppose that you have ABB, right? ABB, right? This is suppose the given string. Then what should be your answer? Your answer should be yes. Why it should be yes? Because if A, B, B, and B, suppose this is the string, then I can have two subsequence of what? B, B, and one subsequence like BB, right? So here you can see that the common part, this B is occurring at some different indices. Here it is occurring at the indices 0. Here it is occurring at the indices 1. So even if there is some intersection, the character should not be present at the exact indices of the whole of both the strings, right? Even if there is an intersection, there can be intersections, but the intersection should not be like the fact that this particular character is coming at the same indices of both S1 and S2, the two subsequence that you are finding. You can just return the length. Saurabh, you can just return the length. Yeah, A can also be there. A can also be there, right? The final will be ABB only, but I was just explaining for BB that there can be some intersections as well. So Sunny, what you're supposed to do, you will be given a string. You are supposed to find that if there is any subsequence that is present at least twice and the length should be greater than equal to 2. Is the problem statement clear, everyone? Is the problem statement clear? Okay, so suppose that you have A, B, 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 0, 1, 2, 3. So what will be the common subsequence here? It will be A, B, B and A, B, B with 0, 1, 2. Sorry, let me just draw it like, let me just draw it with colors. Just a second. So it is suppose A, B, and we have a different B here, and we have a different B here, right? So suppose that this is the given string, and we can have the answer as A. Sorry, we can have the answer like A, B, and then we can have this B, or I can have A, B, and I can have this B, right? And even, sorry, just a second. Even we won't be considering A as well. We won't be considering A as well. Why we won't be considering A? Because here you can see that in both the strings, the character A is coming at the same indices. This is not allowed. This is not allowed. So we won't be using this A. We won't be using this A. And even we won't be using this yellow B. Why? Because again, this B is coming at the same index here also, right? So this same B is here. But what we can do, we can use BB here or BB here. Here you can see that there is no character from the given string that is coming at same indices of both the given strings, right? Are you guys able to get my point? So precap has some snapshots, right? I use precap has some snapshots, not exactly from the very start. Is the problem clear to everyone, guys? The problem statement is a bit difficult. You can just ask me again. So Tushar says no. So Tushar, here you are given a string, right? You are given a string. You are supposed to find that if there is a subsequence, of length greater than equal to 2 and repeated as well. While I am saying repeated, I mean that any character that I am considering in these two strings, if the character is suppose this yellow B, the yellow B is there. So this yellow B is coming at as index 0 in my first string, and it is not even coming inside my second string. Cool. Whereas suppose this green B is coming at an index 1 inside my first string. So it should never ever come inside the first index of my second string. It can be present at some other index, say 0, right? So you just need to find the repeated subsequence. Yeah, Ritik, I'll just explain that again. Don't worry, I'll just explain that again. But firstly, you can just focus on this problem. Guys, are you guys just able to get my point? What I'm trying to say? Tushar, is the problem clear to you now? Guys, just say a yes or no. Everyone. So can you just devise a solution in order to just solve this problem? Are you guys able to think of any solution? Anyone? Yes. Sanskriti says the same fact that index should be different for same characters. Index should be different. They can occur as an intersection, but the index should be different. So Piyush, I have already explained the problem. Were you not present there? You need to just find the longest repeating subsequence. Anyone who can just devise a solution? Yeah, Vaishnavi, you are right. Vaishnavi says right. Jatin also says right. Makes sense. Anyone else? Anyone else, guys? How you can find a repeating subsequence such that index should be different for a same character? Can we use LCS here, guys? Can we use LCS here, guys? Can we use LCS? How? LCS is calculated in two strings, right? So I can just make a copy of the original string A, B, B, B and A, B, 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 right? and I can just find the LCS for this. But there should be one condition, that whenever I am taking the ith index inside the string S1 and the jth index inside the string S2, then I should not be equal to j, right? If S1 at I is equals to S2 at j, then I should not be equal to j. If this condition holds true, then I will be moving forward by considering that element, both from I and from j, right? Is the part clear to everyone? Just say yes or no. That this is a typical LCS based problem. This is a typical LCS based problem. All you need to do is just keep a check on the indices as well. All you need to do is just keep a check on the indices as well, because the indices will play a very important role corresponding to that. Because for any LCS for string 1 and string 2, so there should be only a restriction that even if both the characters are same, they should not be present at the same index. I should not be considering them from the very same index, right? So what I can just simply write is, if I have my corresponding string, if I have, suppose the string at I is equals to, sorry, this is string 1 at I is equals to string 2 at j, and we have I not equal to j, then I can say that my answer will be 1 plus whatever I have from I plus 1 comma j plus 1, right? This kind of a solution can be built using LCS. Make sense, guys? How many of you are not able to get the problem? You can Tushar, you can just easily Google longest repeating subsequence. You'll get a lot of links there, right? Guys, is the problem clear to everyone, that I just need to keep a check of I not equal to j in the regular LCS problem? Because inside this A, B, B, B and A, B, 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 I need to find the longest common subsequence, right? And what can be the longest common subsequence? Such that the indices are not equal. I can have this B from here and this B from here. And I can have this B from here and this B from here. So this can be my longest common subsequence. So Shant, is the problem clear to you? This is a recursive call. This is a recursive call. I'm just talking about the recursive call, Divya. Is the problem clear to you, Divya? Okay, guys, would you would you be able to just implement this solution? Just say a yes or no. Would you guys be able to implement this solution? Just say a yes or no. Everyone. So I just need some response from you guys as well, right? Just ping me a yes or no if you guys can just do this problem. Shall we move forward? Okay, great. So there's one request from you guys. So Piyush says, can you tell bottom up? So Piyush, if you know the bottom up solution of LCS also, in that also you just need to keep a check of I not equal to j. Nothing else. Right? Okay. So guys, there is one request from you guys, that there is a feedback form with the link of cb.lk/dp feed. Right. Can you guys just after the webinar, please just fill this form. This would be able to help us that how we can just improve our quality in terms of the online course and the webinars that we are providing. If you guys just can fill the feedback form, that then it would be beneficial for you guys as well, and it would be beneficial for us to serve you better as a edutech company, right? Yeah, Ayush, I'll just share this whole notes. Although this is very clumsy and not that good in terms of writing, but I'll just tell you that. Right. Okay, great. So let's just discuss one more problem, guys. So let's just discuss one more problem. So this is a problem from Spodge. Right. So just a second, let me just open the problem. Okay. So guys, just read the problem once. Just read the problem once, and then we can just discuss the solution for the problem. Just read the problem once, guys. The problem says that Charlie acquired airline transport company, and to stay in business, he needs to lower the expenses by any means, right? So there's a transport company owned by Charlie. There are n pilots working in this company, and n will always be n will always be even, right? Now among this, from this n pilots, we need to make n by 2 plane crews. Now a plane crew can have 2 pilots, where one will be a captain, one will be assistant. A captain must be older than his assistant. A captain's salary is larger than assistant for the same pilot. However, it is also possible that an assistant has larger salary than captain. So the salary is not a very big constraint. Write a program that will compute the minimum amount of money Charlie needs to give to the pilot's salary if he decides to spend some time to make the optimal choice. So I need to minimize the salary that Charlie will be offering. So here you can see that there are 2 arrays. One will be the salaries of the pilots. One will be the salaries, one will be the salary for captain. One will be the salary for assistant, right? You are supposed to tell me the minimum cost, so that I will be choosing some as the captain, some as the assistant, and making the cost minimum. Is the problem clear to everyone? Is the problem clear to everyone? Just say a yes or no. Sushant says no. So Sushant, are you able to get the point that you will be given 2 arrays? One array will be having the salaries that you will be given, that you will give to a captain, One will be having the salaries that you will give to a assistant. Make sense till now? Yes or no, guys? You will be having 2 arrays. One more thing that is given, that this array is sorted by pilot's age. So the array here, you can see that 5,000 will be for the youngest most captain, 6,000 will be for just bigger than the last one, and so on and so forth. Similarly, 3,000 will be for the youngest most assistant, and 6,000 will be for oldest most assistant possible, right? Are you guys able to get my point? So you will be having 2 arrays. You need to choose some people as captain, some people as assistant, and the cost that you should be offering on total to them should be minimized as minimum as possible. You need to find the minimum cost that you should be offering. Is the problem clear to you now? There is one constraint, that for any captain that you choose, there should be an assistant that is younger than that. Yeah, current salary is not in ascending order. The ascending order is of age, not salary. The ascending order is of age. So let me just explain you on my notepad only. So just a second. Okay. Yeah. So guys, what's happening here? You have 2 arrays. This is an array of captain, right? This is a array of assistant, right? Both of them are sorted in terms of age. How in terms of age? Suppose that A, B, C, D, E, this is even. So F, right? Suppose there were 6 pilots. Among them, A is the youngest pilot, F is the oldest pilot. Make sense? This is what I mean. Now, if I will be offering a salary of captain to the pilot A, then I will be offering, suppose, rupees 1, and if it is assistant, then I will be offering, suppose, rupees 0.5. If I will be offering the salary of captain to pilot B, then suppose I am offering him 10, and for assistant, suppose I am offering him 7, and so on and so forth. Are you able to get the input data? Are you able to get what is the input data? Yes or no, guys? Guys, I want a response from you, na? So just say yes or no. If, you can see that even if you are saying no, I'm just again explaining everything. So just keep on pinging me. Right. So Agastya, what's your doubt? Can you just tell me what's your doubt? Can you just tell me what's your doubt? So Ayush, at the index 0, we have the youngest because it is sorted, right? It is sorted. So we have youngest at the index 0. You can see that here it is written, the lines are sorted by pilot's age. The salary of the youngest pilot are given the first. So the youngest pilot will be what? The pilot number A, right? So Agastya, what you have been given, you will be given n pilots. A pilot can be a captain pilot, or an assistant pilot, not both, any one of them. Now you have 6 pilots. Suppose you are supposed to make n by 2 captains and n by 2 assistant. So you will be taking 3 pilots as captain, 3 pilots as assistant. Now how you should take these 3 pilots and these 3 assistants, such that you have to offer them minimum possible salary, and their salaries are also mentioned inside the array. Is the problem clear? Karan, we will see that on what factor we will minimize. Don't worry. We will see that on what factor we will minimize. Right? There is one more constraint, that suppose I make A as the assistant of D, then, or maybe suppose not for A and D, let us say that for any pilot X, if X is an assistant of Y, then age of X should be less than age of Y. Right? That is, index of X should be less than index of Y. Is this part also clear to everyone? Just quickly ping me a yes or no. Right. So again, final conclusion and final summary to the problem. There are n pilots. You are supposed, there can be two positions for any pilot, that is either an assistant or a captain. Now you have to pick n by 2 captains, n by 2 assistants. Okay. You have been given two arrays that represent the salary of a captain and a salary of an assistant. If the array is sorted by their age, that is, this index 2 is representing the salary of pilot C if he will become a captain or if he will become an assistant, right? What you're supposed to do, you're supposed to tell me that what will be the minimum salary such that you are able to choose n by 2 captains and n by 2 assistants, and for each captain there exists an assistant which is younger in age with respect to the captain. Make sense? Karan says, will assigning oldest captain to the youngest assistant will solve the problem? No. Why? Because the cost won't be minimized in that case. Okay, so some people are asking for the explanation of input 1. So let me just write it here also. It is 5689. So the captain salary is 5689 and it is 3216. 3216 as assistant, right? This is captain. This is assistant. Here the answer is 19. Anyone can tell me that how the answer might be coming as 19? Anyone? So Ayush says how we compare the ages. So here you can see that the index is not only representing a pilot, it is also representing that for any index I and any index J, if I is less than J, then the pilot I is also younger than pilot J, right? This is the problem. So Ayush says 9 plus 1 plus 6 plus 3. So yeah, so this will be 3, 6, 9 and 1. So I will be having 3 assists. So the pilot, so this is suppose A, B, C, D. So pilot A will be the assistant for maybe pilot B, and the pilot C will be the assistant for the pilot D, right? So here you can see that by this sum we can get the answer as 19. Cool, makes sense? Or maybe I can have PA as an assistant of PD, and but here you can see that PC won't be an assistant of PB, right? Because the age of PC is greater than PB. So this won't be happening and we will be only having this case, right? 6318. Is the problem clear to you now, guys? This is a Spoj based problem. So obviously you can expect a much difficult, you might feel a bit difficult in understanding the statement, but yeah. That will be a greedy kind of an approach, Yash, but that I guess won't be working in every case, right? How will you satisfy that it is minimum? Chandra, yeah, we will be doing that. Guys, can you just see of some brute force here? Can you see some brute force here? Shall I apply some brute force? Can brute force help us? Yeah, try every case. But before trying every case, I guess the problem statement in itself helps us a lot. Let us see how. Guys, can I say that the pilot A will be the youngest among all? Does it make sense that the pilot A will be the youngest among all? Can pilot A, can he ever become a captain? He's the youngest most. He can never have a younger assistant. So the first one should always be an assistant. right? He or she should always be an assistant. He or she can never be can never be a captain. Make sense? Right? Guys, make sense? Okay. Suppose that you have values like C1, C2, C3 till Cn and A1, A2, A3 till An. This is the captain salary. This is the assistant salary, right? Now, suppose that for any index k, suppose that I am able to find, suppose I am keeping a count of the number of captains chosen and the number of assistants chosen. So for any index k, if I have found that the number of assistant we have is equal to n by 2, that we are able to find n by 2 assistant till now for any k greater than n by 2, then can I say that everything to the right of k will always be a captain? Does this make sense? Sanskriti says, but is it compulsory that A should be an assistant? Compulsory. So Sanskriti, won't that be compulsory? Because if he will be a captain, then he needs to find a younger assistant. But the pilot A is the youngest most pilot. He can never have one. So Aman asked me that suppose for any index k which is having a value greater than n by 2, I am able to find n by 2 assistants. I say that among these 0 to k minus 1, we have found n by 2 assistants. So can I say that everything to the right of k will always be a captain? Because we have already chosen n by 2 assistants. No need to do that. So Sanskriti, even if his salary is more, what you can do? Can you make him a captain? No, because he can never find a younger assistant. So there is a constraint. There is a definite constraint that he or she needs to be an assistant. He or she must be an assistant. Guys, are you able to get my point when I'm saying for this k? Are you able to get my point? That for any k greater than n by 2, if I'm able to find n by 2 assistants, then the rest will be captain. Then the rest will be captains. Make sense? Right. And suppose at any point k, suppose before the k, we have found equal number of captains and equal number of assistants. That is, the number of captains found is equal to the number of assistants. Can we also derive something? That this region, if this region is having equal number of captains and equal number of assistants, what can I derive about this particular region, the white region? What I can derive about this case? Can I say that the first pilot of this white region will always be again an assistant? Can I say this? Can I say this? If I have inside this yellow region, if I have the number of captains equal to the number of assistants, can I say that the first person of this white region will always be an assistant? Because there is no captain left. All the captains have got their corresponding assistants. Now for this white region, we have got a very fresh new problem, and for any fresh new problem, we know that the first pilot will always be an assistant, right? Yes or no, guys? And if these 2-3 cases that we discussed about, that if the assistants are n by 2, or we have captain equal to assistant, or we are at the very first index, if these are not the cases, then how many cases we have? We have 2 cases. That the current pilot can be captain, or current pilot can be assistant. We will consider both the cases. And whatever we get value, I will just find the minimum among those and consider that. Yes, Harsh, at any index I, the salary of the CI represent the captain salary, the AI represent the assistant salary for any pilot I. Guys, are you able to get my point? What I'm trying to say? Are you guys able to relate this? So what I can do, I can just simply apply DP here also, that I will do a function of pilot right? I'll just return an int. I can just pass I, the number of captains and the number of assistants, right? I have my captain array as a, suppose, a global array, and the assistant array also as a global array, right? Now we are not exactly doing binary search, we are kind of doing brute force, right? So suppose that if at any point of time, if I is double equals to n, we will also pass an n here, that is the number of pilots, right? If I is double equals to n, can I say I will just return 0, that there is no point of searching anything beyond that, because the last possible index is only n minus 1, right? This will be one base case. Then can I say that if the number of assistant is equals to n by 2, if this is equals to n by 2, then can I say I will just return, or before returning I can just do it like dp of I, and, or let us say I'll just apply dp a bit later. I'll just apply dp a bit later. Let's just first see the recursive solution. So what I will do, I will just return captain at I plus whatever I get as the recursive solution of pilot of I plus 1. Then this will be n cap plus 1 ast comma n, right? Are you guys able to get this recursive function, this recursive call, that if the number of assistants is equals to n by 2, then for this current index I, we will have what? Everything else as the captain. Cool guys, make sense? Yes or no? This parameter is keeping the, is an integer parameter keeping the number of captains count. This is keeping an integer parameter as the number of assistants count, right? Okay. Now, apart from that, what we can do? Else if number of assistant is equals to number of captains, then can I just return that? Okay, so if I have the number of assistants equal to captain till now, so for the current index I will consider that as an assistant, and I will just recurse for I plus 1 n cap ast plus 1 comma n. Make sense guys? Does this make sense guys? Cool. And if this is not the case, if both of them is not the case, else what I will do, I will just return minimum of what? Minimum of cap at I plus pilot of I plus 1 n cap plus 1 ast comma n, right? Either this one, or I can say just put a comma because you are using the minimum function. I will just consider the current as the assistant. So ast at I plus pilot I plus 1 n cap will be as it is, assistant plus 1 comma n, right? This will be the recursive code for us. Make sense guys? So Utkarsh, okay, so let me just explain the second case again. So guys, can you see that if at any point of time the number of captains is equals to number of assistants, this signifies the fact that for all the captains found till now, we have found their corresponding assistants as well. Cool. Is this make sense when I say number of captains equals to number of assistants? When I say this, is it clear to everyone? Yes or no guys? At least say yes or no guys. Right, okay. So if every captain has found their assistant, then for the rest of the pilots, can I say that the first one that is left will always be an assistant? It can never be a pilot. Why? If it is a pilot, he or she needs to find a assistant from the previous area, but the previous area is already consumed by all the captains. There is no younger assistant left. So I need to be an assistant only. Cool. Does it make sense, guys? Okay, so inside code, what I'm doing, I am considering the salary of an assistant for the ith index and just recurring for the rest of the things. Else what I can say, if these two conditions are not there, then this is a general condition of brute force. I need to consider every pilot as an assistant. Here I'm considering that, and every pilot as a captain, and whatever value I'm getting as minimum, I'll just return that. Right. Shivam, can you just explain again why pi plus ai plus rest? I can't consider the salary of consider the salary of captain and assistant both simultaneously for a single pilot. A pilot can be a captain or can be an assistant. Guys, is the problem clear to everyone? Just quickly write a yes or no. I just want to see that how many of you are still having some doubt. Few people are still not responding. I don't know why. Okay. Guys, now can you see that? Can you see that we are having some cases here which might be repeating themselves? Right? Now, can you apply DP here? Can you apply DP here? We will just have a general discussion on that as well, right? And one more one more request from you guys: whenever you join a webinar with Zoom, don't join with your number as the username. I'm not able to just refer you guys in the chat section, right? So guys, let's say that the DP part, I'm just leaving it to you guys. Just see that how many parameters are there that are changing, how many parameters are there are that are changing, and just apply DP here. So Hemant says first case batana. Okay, so Hemant, what I can say here is, if you have found n by 2 assistants among the n pilots, then can you say that the current one at which I am referring will definitely be a captain? He or she can never be an assistant, because we have already found n by 2 assistants. Make sense? Right. So Aman, a recursion tree would be a bit difficult to draw on the live webinar. You can just try to draw on the page, and maybe we can just discuss on your WhatsApp group, or maybe you can just discuss that with the corresponding TA that you have in the WhatsApp group, right? It would be a bit difficult to draw here. There will be a hell lot of cases that will be drawn on a recursion tree. Guys, so just try to apply DP here. Just try to apply DP here. It's a basic DP problem, right? You can just easily see that at least the index, the parameter I is changing in every call. And you can just take any one of these as the counter, right? So just try to apply DP here. So before everyone just moves on, and just resume their work. So guys, first of all, just thank you that you took out some schedule from your daily schedule and just attended the webinar, right? So I will ask for the previous notes of webinar as well. I'm not sure that if the instructors have shared their notes or not, but I will definitely share these notes. And make sure guys that you are attending the webinars live. If you have any feedback, then you can just drop that in your emails or something. And also just fill the feedback form that I have mentioned as cb.lk/dp feed. Please fill it. It would be helpful for us. As Ritik is asking, when will be the next webinar? So again, as we are continuously mailing you guys, and we are continuously just pushing the webinar links in the WhatsApp groups only, we will just notify there only that where will be the next webinar happening. So the question, the last question name that we discussed was M Pilot. This is from Spoj, right? Okay, so guys, do you like the lecture? So you like the webinar today? How many of you guys like the webinar? So there is one more suggestion for you guys. You can just open your web browser and search for Coding Blocks DP webinar YouTube, right? You can just go here, and here you can see that you would be able to see some webinars listed by us. We have made some free webinars. Some are made by Pratik Bhaiya. Some webinars are by me, myself only. So you can just go to the YouTube channel of Coding Blocks, right? And inside the YouTube channel, you can just see a lot of videos. And inside the playlist section, you can just find the dynamic programming playlist and just search for that. Or you can just scroll down a bit, and you can see that we have listed some problems from Lead Code, some dynamic programming problems as well, Catalan problem. There are 2 webinars by me, myself only, right? We have discussed some problems of Spoj and all in that. So just try to explore a lot on the YouTube channel only, right? You will get a lot of webinars there. We will be doing more webinars, right? And Ayush says you didn't upload it part 3. So Ayush, there were some constraints with my contract, so that I was not able to upload complete the previous series. Maybe I can just do in the coming months, right? Yes, and one more thing, guys, we are continuously updating the videos, right? Just stay tuned. I guess some of you have seen the new videos on Heap. So in the section of heaps, bit masking, problems on hashing. How are you feeling with the new videos? Are you liking the new videos? Has anyone seen the section of heaps? Has anyone seen the section of heaps? Just say yes or no. So Purva, did you like the way that I explained that how should we use heaps and something similar to that? Or anyone has seen the section of problem solving in 2D arrays? The new section that we added for problem solving in 2D arrays. Right. So were you guys able to connect that how I am able to just map the solution and how I am able to see? So today also why I tried to use the concept of Netflix pre-cap, recap, or just a combination of videos, because you are able to better understand where these problems are used when you are just learning problem, right? So what I have understood by teaching a lot of students, that whenever I give a live example to them, they are better able to understand that where this thing can be used, right? So Jatin, I'll just ask my team in order to just get your query rectified regarding heaps. If we'll feel that there is a need for heap section inside the competitive course, we will definitely do that, right? So guys, I hope you like the lecture, and again, Merry Christmas to everyone. Just spend your vacations by solving a lot of problems, asking a lot of doubts, and exploring a lot in the terms of in the field of computer science, right? If you have any doubt, you can just mail me at sanket.singh at codingblocks.com, right? You can just mail me here, or you can just mail at support@codingblocks.com, right? So okay, Chandra, I'll just push this feedback to the support team. Don't worry, guys. So just stay tuned for a lot of new content that we are going to upload on the platform. A lot of new webinars that we will be doing in the coming month. So the whole instructor team, the whole dev team, and the whole support team are continuously trying to just give you as much better experience that you guys definitely deserve as you have paid for the course as well, right? So just stay tuned and just keep pushing your feedbacks regarding the videos, regarding the webinars, right? So yes, Rahul, I will definitely do some more webinars, and I am constantly trying to improve myself also as an instructor, so that I can just better relate with you guys, that how you guys feel when some people are just teaching you something, right? So that we can do something better on our end also, right? So just stay tuned, and we will meet in the next webinar and the next session, right? So thank you guys, see you next time.
Hi, very good evening, friends. How are you? So quickly send me a hi so that I can interact with you all. Hi Rajat, and hi Kanksha, Saransh, Suraj. Hi Shaurya. Rajat, assignment 5 is very challenging. All right. So yes, it is. So what I will do, I will give you more time to solve that assignment, right? So for the fifth assignment, I will give you more time, and I hope you will be able to solve at least some of the problems. And for other problems, we will give you either editorials, and if needed, we can discuss them in some class, right? And any other update, anything you want to share with me? And I hope you guys have started watching the object oops tutorials which I have shared. And today's class is a continuation of that, right? So we will be covering some of the concepts which have been covered in videos. We will not cover that, but some concepts like the operator overloading part, making some good examples from oops concepts is something which we are going to do today, right? So everyone is set. Should we start? All right. All right. All right. So recursion assignment. So what we will do, we will keep an extra session if needed, right? So first of all, let us give some time to you so that you can try, and then later on we will give you the tutorials, and if needed we will keep a extra class to discuss some of the harder problems from that assignment, right? Maybe after 31st March, right? And a lot of questions regarding recursion. We will also cover topics like trees. In that we will use recursion, and we will also cover one topic, dynamic programming, which is also based upon recursion. So you will get familiar with a lot of problems which are related to the recursion, right? So we will do more topics like DP and trees which are related to the recursion, and that will help you to build your recursion concepts much better than what we have covered so far, right? So we will do classes on them, right? So don't worry. So today we are going to continue with oops, and let us get started with the class, right? Okay. So far we talked about what are classes, right? So we talked about that we want to represent some real world objects as entities in our code, or real world entities as objects in our code. So we discussed the concept of a class, right? So we also said that a class is a blueprint. So we have already covered it, and this is a blueprint. And if you want to represent a real world entity, what we do, we make an object of that class, right? So this is what we have covered so far, right? So how do we define a car? So a car can have various attributes like the color, like the speed, price, model number. So all these attributes define what a car will look like, and when we create an object we say that now this car exists in the memory, right? So this is just a piece of code, and this is the real object which exists in the memory, right? And we also talked about with every class there are some functions which are available and which are hidden, right? So we talked about constructor, and we saw that constructor is of three types. One is a default constructor, right? Then we wrote a parameterized constructor. Then we also wrote one copy constructor, right? So we also discussed copy constructor, and we also discussed copy assignment operator, right? And when we discussed these two, we talked about shallow copy and deep copy, right? So we need to override the default constructor when we need a deep copy, when there are some data members which involve the use of pointers or dynamic memory allocation. We, in that case, we definitely need to write a deep copy constructor, right? And the fourth thing we talked about was destructor, right? So from this point, we are going to continue today's class, and we are going to see the concepts like function overloading, right? So function overloading is something which we have already covered, and let me just define what is the meaning of function overloading, right? So in function overloading, right, so remember we had a car class and we had several constructors, right? So one was the constructor without parameters. Then we have another constructor which was having some parameters, right? So let's say int price, and let's say int model number. And then we had the third constructor which was accepting a car object by reference, right? So you can clearly see that all these functions, right? So all the constructors are functions, and with one name, right? So all the constructors have the same name, which is car, and we have three kind of functions, right? So when you have something like this, that a function using the same function name, you make multiple functions, right? But these functions either differ in the number of parameters or in the maybe type of the parameters, right? So generally it is about the number of parameters. Then we say that we have done function overloading, right? And since here the function involved is constructor, this is also called constructor overloading, right? So when there is a function which is not a constructor, we call this concept as function overloading. And when the function involved is a constructor of a class, we say it is a constructor overloading, which means a same function is written multiple times, and each time it accepts a different set of parameters, right? So those parameters can vary in the number of parameters. They could also vary in the type of parameters, right? So there could be one function which accepts the name of the car, right? So this is a different type of parameter, right? So this can be done also, right? So you can create a car and you can initialize this car with the name. You can create a car, you can initialize a car with the price and the model number, right? So this is about function and the constructor overloading, right? But the important thing which we are going to cover today is operator overloading, right? All right. So any questions so far, right? So Rajat has one doubt that data stack or heap में store होता है, but functions कहाँ store होते हैं, right? So functions are not stored anywhere, they are just executed. So function is just a few lines of code, ठीक है, जहाँ पे भी आपका कोड स्टोर हो रहा है, मे बी जब प्रोग्राम एग्जीक्यूट हो रहा है तो आपकी जो बाइनरी कोड है वो आपके पास है, ठीक है। एंड जो भी फंक्शन आप कॉल करोगे वो उस डेटा के साथ रन हो जाएगा, फंक्शन अलग से मेमोरी में कहीं पे क्रिएट नहीं होगा। एंड फंक्शन के जो भी लोकल वेरिएबल्स हैं वो क्रिएट होंगे स्टैक के अंदर, राइट। सो बेसिकली जो आपकी स्टैक स्पेस है, जो भी आप फंक्शन कॉल कर रहे हो, जितनी देर के लिए वो एग्जीक्यूट हो रहा है वो क्रिएट होगा। क्रिएट होने का मतलब क्या है, फंक्शन के अंदर जो भी लोकल वेरिएबल्स हैं, जो भी आपने डेटा पास किया है, वो एक स्टैक मेमोरी में कुछ पर्टिकुलर स्टैक फ्रेम लेगा। जब आपका फंक्शन एग्जीक्यूट होना खत्म हो गया वो स्टैक मेमोरी से हट जाएगा, राइट। सो आई थिंक रजत ये चीज क्लियर है, राइट। सो रजत का जो नेक्स्ट डाउट है कि स्टैक जो ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं वो स्टैक पे होंगे या हीप पे होंगे, दैट विल डिपेंड अपॉन कि आपने उसको क्रिएट कैसे किया, राइट। सो सपोज आपके पास एक कार क्लास है, उसके अंदर सपोज एक प्राइस नाम का पैरामीटर है और एक लेट से नेम नाम का पैरामीटर है। एंड लेट से नेम जो है वो एक डायनेमिक मेमोरी से बना हुआ है, राइट। सो लेट से न्यू कैर ऑफ लेट से 10, राइट। सो होगा क्या, अब डिपेंड करता है कि आपने एक कार ऑब्जेक्ट बनाया, आपने बनाया कार सी, राइट। सो जो आपका सी वाला कार है वो बनेगा स्टैक पे, उसके अंदर प्राइस यहाँ पे बनेगा और इसका जो नेम पॉइंटर है वो भी यहाँ पे बनेगा। बट नेम पॉइंटर पॉइंट किसको कर रहा है, पॉइंट कर रहा है वो एक एरे को, और ये जो एरे वो हीप मेमोरी के ऊपर बन रहा है, राइट। बट अगर क्लास ऐसा होता कि कार है और यहाँ पे आपने बनाया हुआ कैर नेम 100, राइट, और आपने यहाँ पे बनाया कार सी, तो ये पूरा का पूरा एरे आपका स्टैक पे ही बनता, ठीक है। मतलब पूरा का पूरा ऑब्जेक्ट स्टैक पे बनता, प्राइस भी यहाँ पे होता, नेम भी यहाँ पे होता। इस केस में कोई अलग से पॉइंटर नहीं बन रहा है, राइट। एंड अब देखते हैं कि डायनेमिक एलोकेशन कब होता है, राइट। सो अगर आप कार को ऐसे ना बना के ऐसे बना रहे हो, कार स्टार सी इक्वल टू न्यू कार, राइट। सो इस केस में आपका जो पूरा कार ऑब्जेक्ट है वो हीप मेमोरी के ऊपर बनेगा एंड ये अपने आप डिलीट नहीं होगा। इसका हमने एग्जांपल देखा था। तो अगर इसको आपको डिलीट करना है, इसका डिस्ट्रक्टर कॉल करना है, तो यू हैव टू राइट डिलीट सी। जबकि इस वाले केस के अंदर जैसे ये ऑब्जेक्ट आउट ऑफ द स्कोप जाएगा ये अपने आप स्टैक से हट जाएगा, राइट। तो ये स्टैटिक एलोकेशन है एंड यहाँ पे ये जो एलोकेशन ये हमने की है, दिस इज डायनेमिक एलोकेशन, राइट। सो रजत, इज इट क्लियर? Okay, it is clear, right? So let's move forward with the concept, right? Okay, so we are talking about operator overloading, right? सो होता क्या है कि सपोज हमारे पास बहुत सारे ऑपरेटर्स अवेलेबल हैं, जैसे कि लेट से प्लस है हमारे पास, माइनस है, मल्टीप्लाई है, डिवाइड है, एंड सो ऑन। बहुत सारे ऑपरेटर्स हमारे पास हैं एंड इवन ये जो नॉट है, दिस इज ऑल्सो एन ऑपरेटर। माइनस प्लस है हमारे पास, स्क्वायर ब्रैकेट्स इज ऑल्सो एन ऑपरेटर, राइट। सो वी हैव सम ऑफ द ऑपरेटर्स एंड इनको यूज करके हम कुछ काम कर सकते हैं, राइट। सो अगर एक एग्जांपल देखें, अगर आपने वेक्टर हमने यूज किया था, राइट। सो वेक्टर क्या था, वेक्टर वाज अ इनबिल्ट क्लास, प्री डिफाइंड क्लास इन द हेडर फाइल हैश इंक्लूड वेक्टर, एंड उसका हम ऑब्जेक्ट बनाते थे ऐसे, और फिर किसी एक पर्टिकुलर ith एलिमेंट को एक्सेस करने के लिए हम करते थे v ऑफ i, तो ये काम कर जाता था, राइट। तो कुछ ऐसी ही चीजें भी हम देखने जा रहे हैं कि कैसे काम करते हैं, राइट। सो सबसे पहले एक काम करते हैं, लेट्स डिफाइन वन प्रॉब्लम। सपोज आई वांट टू write a class which is called a complex number class, right। एंड उसके अंदर हमें कुछ कुछ ऑपरेशंस करने हैं। लेट से हमें डेटा इनपुट लेना है, हमें डेटा आउटपुट करना है, हमें दो कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर्स लेट से ऐड करने हैं या सब्ट्रैक्ट करने हैं या मल्टीप्लाई करने हैं, राइट, या फिर किसी कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर का रियल पार्ट चाहिए या इमेजिनरी पार्ट चाहिए, राइट। तो कुछ कुछ फंक्शंस हम इसमें बिल्डअप करेंगे एंड देखते हैं, राइट। तो ताकि जब मैं कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर के ऑब्जेक्ट बनाऊं तो मैं C1 प्लस C2 कर पाऊँ, राइट। सो सपोज अगर कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर C1 है 5 प्लस 3 आयोटा और कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर 2 है लेट्स से 2 प्लस 6 आयोटा, तो उनका जो सम है वो 7 प्लस 9 आयोटा मेरे पास आ जाना चाहिए, राइट। राइट, सो सबसे पहले है कि हम अब अगर कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर की क्लास लिख रहे हैं, सो व्हाट ऑल डेटा मेंबर शुड बी देयर। सो कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर के अंदर हम क्या क्या डेटा मेंबर स्टोर करेंगे, तो तुम लोग मेरे को बताओ जरा क्या क्या डेटा मेंबर्स होंगे कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर क्लास के लिए। ठीक है, सबका आंसर सही आ गया है। तो देयर विल बी टू मेंबर्स, एक वन इंटीजर टू स्टोर द रियल पार्ट एंड वन इंटीजर टू स्टोर द इमेजिनरी पार्ट, राइट। बिल्कुल ठीक है। सो दीज कुड बी इंटीजर्स, ये इंटीजर्स भी हो सकते हैं, ये भी इंटीजर हो सकता है, ये फ्लोट भी हो सकता है। तो लेट्स से इंटीजर मान के चल लेते हैं और इन पे काम करते हैं थोड़ा सा, ठीक है। सो लेट अस गो टू अवर आईडी एंड यहाँ पे एक कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर की हम क्लास डिफाइन करते हैं, लेट्स से void सॉरी क्लास कॉम्प्लेक्स, एंड यहाँ पे हमारे पास एक रियल पार्ट होगा, एक इमेजिनरी पार्ट होगा, एंड वी विल हैव फ्यू मेथड्स, राइट। सो द सबसे पहले जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट मेथड है दैट इज अवर कंस्ट्रक्टर, राइट। सो ऐसा हो सकता है कि यूजर जब नया कॉम्प्लेक्स नंबर बना रहा है उसने उसकी कुछ वैल्यूज हमें नहीं दिया, तो बाय डिफॉल्ट रियल पार्ट भी जीरो रख दिया, इमेजिनरी पार्ट को भी हमने जीरो रख दिया, राइट। सो लेट्स से रियल ही बोल देते हैं इसको और इसको रियल बोल देते हैं यहाँ पे। एंड ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि यूजर ने आपको स्टार्टिंग में दोनों पैरामीटर्स दे दिए हैं, तो रियल भी दे रहे हैं इमेजिनरी भी दे रहे हैं। सो वी कैन से रियल इक्वल्स टू आर एंड इमेजिनरी इक्वल्स टू आई। सो दिस constructor is your parameterized constructor, right? And then you can have something which is called copy constructor, although ये by default भी exist करेगा, तो we do not need to write it, right? So it exists बाय डिफॉल्ट, अपने आप बना लेगा कॉपी। एंड यहाँ पे डीप कॉपी और शैलो कॉपी में डिफरेंस नहीं होगा, बिकॉज जो शैलो कॉपी होगी उससे हमारा काम चल जाएगा, एंड क्योंकि यहाँ पे कोई भी पॉइंटर वेरिएबल नहीं है हमारे पास, राइट। सो जो भी कॉपी होगी वो एक मेमोरी से दूसरी मेमोरी में होगी, और रियल की वैल्यू रियल में कॉपी हो जाएगी, इमेजिनरी की वैल्यू इमेजिनरी में कॉपी हो जाएगी, राइट। देन वी कैन हैव सम मेथड टू अपडेट, राइट। So let's say we have let's say update real या फिर set real, we can make a getter and setter, we get the real value and you can say real equals to r. We can also have set imaginary part, which is gets this I, and you can say imaginary equals to I. So these are basically the setters, and you can also have getters, right? So if you make these variables private as we have done, so we can also make them make the getters and get real, which will say return real, and int get imaginary, right, which will say return I, right? So if you have gone through the videos, we also talked about that somewhere we can use the keyword const, right? So we can make some of the parameters as const, which are behaving as a constant for that function, right? So since we are not updating this I inside this function, we should make it const, right? So it is a good practice, right? And all those functions which are not updating the data members of the class should also be constant. So get real does not update the real value, it should be const, and this function should be a const function, right? So we talked about constant parameters and constant functions, and now it's time to talk about, let's say we can make one more method which basically prints the complex number, right? So maybe void print is the function, so you can say cout r followed by a plus, followed by I, and maybe followed by a iota, so that it looks better. And you can also make it better if I is greater than 0, right? So if I is negative, in that case you can give a minus sign, right? Otherwise you can have cout r followed by minus, followed by a minus of I, right? And followed by a iota, and maybe followed by a handle, and here also. All right. So I hope यहाँ तक किसी को कोई doubt नहीं है, and maybe we can make one complex number object. So let's say complex C1 is 5 comma 3, and let's say complex C2 is not initialized. Then you can call C2 dot set real, set imaginary, and C2 dot set real. It's a 1, right? And you can also call C1 dot print, and you can also call C2 dot print, right? So this is just the revision of concepts we have covered so far, and we will start with the operator overloading part very soon, right? Okay, so okay, this should be real and imaginary, right? So, and here too, right? And here also, and here also. I got it out from Gotham. Sir, can constructor return a value? No, it cannot, as it does not have any return type, right? So the only thing you can do with a constructor is to initialize values. And thanks, Rajat, for pointing out the mistake. Right? All right. So let me run this code again and let's see. Okay, yeah. So this should be imaginary part, right? And you can see the first number is 5 plus 3 iota, and the second number is 1 plus 4 iota, right? So suppose I want to do c1 dot add c2, right? So I want to do something like this. So what it basically means is that to the first number, which is 5 plus 3 iota, I want to add 1 plus 4 iota, which is basically 6 plus 7 iota, right? So this will basically update my c1, right? So C1 is the calling object and C2 is passed as a parameter. What we can do, we can define a function. We can define a function add, right? So we can make void add, and what it gets is it gets C2 and C1 is the object. So here you can write that real plus equals to C2 dot real, and imaginary plus equals to c2 dot imaginary. So you can do something like this, right? So let us try, and then we will do the same thing by overloading a operator, right? So void add is a function which gets a complex number x, right? So I'm not explicitly using c2, it can be any complex number x. So it is a reference variable to c2. So x is a reference variable to c2, and what you can do, you can say real plus equals to x dot real, and imaginary plus equals to x dot imaginary, right? And that's it, right? So what it will do is now it will add c2 to c1, right? So c1 will get incremented and c2 will not get changed. And since we are not updating c2, what we can do, we can make it again a const, but we cannot make this function const because it is updating the data members of the class, right? So we have made the parameters const but not the function, right? And now what you can do, you can do c1 dot print, right? So you can see the c1 is now 6 plus 7 iota, and c2 will not change, c2 will remain the same, right? Okay, so c2 is basically same and c1 gets incremented, right? Suppose I want to do the same thing using a plus operator, right? So instead of writing c1 dot add c2, I suppose want to write c1 plus c2. which basically again means that you will add C2 to C1, right? So this could be one meaning of it, and you can also change the meaning, and maybe you can do a multiplication, you can do a subtraction, right? So it all depends what you actually want to do. But now we got an error because this plus operator is not defined for the complex object, right? So it is not defined for the objects of the complex class. So what we are going to do here is we are going to define a operator, right? So what is the operator we are going to overload? We are going to overload the plus operator, right? So what we do, we first write the return type. Let's say it is void, followed by a keyword which is called the operator, followed by the operator which is plus, and followed by the argument, right? So this argument is again the same as the previous one. So it is the same function as the previous one, but instead we are now using the syntax of operator overloading. So void defines the return type, operator is a keyword, plus is the operator which we want to overload, and this is the argument which I am getting, right? The same thing you can do it here, right? So you can write real plus equals to x dot real and imaginary plus equals to x dot imaginary, right? Now what will happen is that when you write c1 plus c2, it is equivalent to saying that c1 dot, you're calling a function which has plus as the operator, and this c2 is being passed as the parameter, right? So it is effectively these two are both the same, right? So the only difference is for this you call it like this, c1 dot add c2, and for this you just call c1 plus c2, and both will behave in the same manner, right? So let us now do c1 equal to c1 plus c2, or c1 plus c2 directly, right? So this is what I'm doing here, right? So you can see we are getting the same output. So this is one operator which we have overloaded, right? So plus is a binary operator, and hence it accepts one argument, right? So what is happening is that there are few operators which are binary operators, and there are few operators which are unary operator, right? So suppose plus is a binary operator here, and this parameter is passed as an argument, and c1 becomes the calling object, right? So suppose you have some operator which is a unary operator. So let us say this exclamatory is a unary operator, and you write not of c1. So what it does is it basically, you can define a functionality associated with this operator. Maybe you can make the imaginary part negative, maybe you can print the c1, and anything you want to define, right? So computer does not know what is the meaning of this, but it knows that this operator is a unary operator, right? So you can define some functionality associated with this one. So if you write not of c1, this becomes the calling object, and you do not pass anything in the parameter, right? So you will have a function which does not accept anything in the parameter. This is what I'm trying to say. So let us take one example, and let's say void operator is this. Let's say void operator is this, and it does not take any parameter in it. And what I do, I just let's say negate the imaginary part, right? So I can say this is multiplied by -1, which makes it negative, right? So maybe now I can do not of c1, and I do c1 dot print, right? So let's see what is the output now. So you can see it is 6 minus 7 iota, right? So it is basically taking the conjugate of the complex number. Maybe you can do not of C2, not of C3, and anything else also, right? So maybe you can define any kind of functionality in this function, right? So is this part clear? Are you getting it? Any doubts so far? Okay, all right. So Abhishek says that what if we pass complex x by value in operator overloading, right? So you can pass it will not affect anything, right? So the only thing is it will use more memory, right? So you will create a copy of the object. So it will take more memory, and if you pass it by reference, then it will not take any extra memory, right? Otherwise you can also pass it by value in both of these cases, right? But for the case of a copy constructor, you must pass it by reference, right? Abhishek says if we want to add two complex numbers and store to a third complex number, then we need to change from void to complex. Yes, in that case, you will have to change the return type, and let us see it through the example also, right? In that case, you will create a new complex number object inside that function, and you will add the two values and you will return the new complex number, right? Abhishek is asking how the priority is decided. So it follows the same precedence rule, which is applicable for the arithmetic operators, right? So what you can do is you can have brackets to define the precedence, right? So if multiply has a higher precedence than plus, in the complex number also the multiply will have a higher precedence than plus, right? Any other doubts? Pratik, ternary operator, I think it cannot be overloaded, right? So I don't guess it can be overloaded, right? So it is a special kind of operator, right? So ternary operator, right? So what you can do, you can overload multiply, you can overload left shift, right shift. We will try out those examples right now, right? Okay, so let me define one more uh, operator. Let's say, suppose I want to overload this square brackets, right? So C1 of square brackets, right? So suppose this is the operator, and I, let's say, pass a string here, right? Maybe I give this is school, right? Let's say is school. I pass some string, right? So what will happen is this is the square brackets, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm defining the operator square brackets, and let's say c1, then I call this function square brackets, and then I basically pass this parameter, which is a string. It is a string. So what I need to do, I need to overload the square brackets, and in this case it is a binary operator. So this is the calling object, and this string is a parameter, and it is written like this, right? So when you pass a parameter, it is written like this, right? So we can, what we can do is we can let's say void operator followed by square brackets, then you get some string s, and then you do see out. First, let's say you print the real part, real, then followed by plus, followed by imaginary, followed by the string s, right? And then you give a endl. So let's see what happens now. If I do c1 is cool, so let me see. So you can see 7 minus 6 iota is cool, right? So we can pass any kind of information through the square brackets, right? So maybe you can also pass that I want the real part of C1. So in that case, it might return you the real part. So what we can do here is we can make the return type as int, and we can check if s is equal to real. If s is equal to real, we can return the real part, and otherwise we can return the imaginary part, right? So you can return imaginary part. So c1 of real, and you can just do a cout. So you can see the output is 6, right? And if you do c1 of img, it will give you the imaginary part, right? So you get minus 7. So is this thing clear? यहाँ तक कोई doubt? All clear? Okay. So, okay, let me discuss another very special kind of operators, which are the left shift and the right shift operator, right? So, we will now try to overload these, right? So, the left shift operator and the right shift operator, right? So, let us try to overload these. So, can anyone tell where we are using these operators, right? So, where we can use these operators, left shift and right shift. Any idea? To multiply and divide. That is true for integers, but in case of complex numbers, I don't guess it would be very useful, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use these operators with seen and cout, right? So for now, what we are doing is we are creating an object like this, right? And we are printing it, right? So what I'm going to do, suppose I want to write C in C1, yeah, let's say I have a complex object D, right? And I do C in D and I want to do C out D. So won't it be cool if you can directly read complex numbers from the terminal and you can directly output complex numbers on the terminal. Won't it be cool, right? So this thing won't work, right? Because scene does not know how to accept a complex number, right? So what we can do is we can define the operator for this class, right? So scene and cout, these are special objects of these are special objects of IOStream class, right? So there is a class called iStream and there is a class called OStream. So these are inbuilt classes which are available in the IOStream header file, and scene and cout are special classes of it, right? Special objects of these classes, right? So now what is happening is that your data, right? So this is the operator. Let's say this is the operator, and these are the operands, C in, right? So this has a data type called iStream, right? And this has a data type called complex, right? So if you want to overload this operator when the parameter is of the type complex, so you will have to make changes inside this class, right? So you will have to make changes inside header file, which I think is not a good idea, right? Make changes inside header file, right? Because this is the calling object and this is being passed as the parameter, right? So since the at the time of the writing header file, this complex class was not known because it is a user defined class in our code. So there is no method that is available to read a complex number directly, right? So what we can do is we can first make the changes inside a header file. We can write a operator overloading code जो हमने यहाँ पे लिखा है, but that is not a good idea, right? So um, I do not want to change the existing header file. So what I can do is I can create a new function. I can define a new function with this operator, and this accepts both of these classes as a parameter. So this accepts cin as a parameter, and this also accepts d as a parameter, and this function lies outside both of these classes, right? So this is a kind of a global function in our code, and we can do operator overloading like this also, right? So if you do not want to have the concept of the calling object, or you want to pass both the uh, parameters, both the objects as parameters, in that case you can simply define a function which is outside both of the classes. It is not in the iStream class, it is not in the complex class, it is simply a function in your code which can accept two kinds of parameters, right? So the first parameter of the type iStream and the second parameter of the type complex, and then you can do some work, right? So we will see how to do this, right? Okay, so let us see how we can do this, and let us do it here, right? So void. Oh, okay. So this should be outside the class, right? So void operator. Operator is this left shift, and what you get is you get two objects. One is the object of the iStream class, let's say is, and second is the object of the complex class, let's say complex and C. Right? And what is now happening is, to read a complex object you need to read two numbers. Let's say there are two numbers r1 and I1, and you do see in r1 and I1, right? And what you do, you can say c dot set real equal to I1, and you can call c dot set imaginary, which is equal to, sorry, it should be r1, and you are setting the imaginary part which is equal to I1, right? And that's it, and that's it, right? So what is this is now, right? So this is nothing but you are passing the scene object by reference, right? So you can give it any name. You can call it scene, you can call it abc, you can call it xyz, anything which you want to use, right? So let's say it is is only, and here also you can either use cin, you can either use is, right? So it does not matter. This is nothing but the scene object, and it is being passed by reference. Okay. So whenever you will write this, it will see that the first parameters of the type scene, iStream type, and the second parameter is of the type complex. It will automatically call the above function, right? So you can check. Maybe you can write C out in this function, right? You can check, and the same thing you can do it for the second operator, right? So let's say this is the operator, right? And right, so sorry, this should be like this, and this should be like this for the cout. The left shift operator is for cout, and cout is for the class ostring, it's and os complex and c. What you need to do is you just need to call the print function, right? So c dot print, right? And that's it. So now let me give some input. Let's say 100 and 101, right? So suppose these are the inputs, and I'm running the code, right? All right, and maybe a handle we can give here, right? So clearly you can see that the code is able to read a complex number, and the code is also able to print a complex number, right? So is it cool? You can do it for any class. You can do it for a car. You can do it for a student. You can do it for any kind of object, right? So Abhishek says cool. Okay. So other guys, let me know if you are facing any issue in this. Kindly let me know, right? So this thing I was thinking that it is bit advanced, but I hope you are able to get it. So any doubts till now you can ask. All right. So let me take this further, right? So what I'm going to do here is, now that suppose I want to do see in d1 and d2. Suppose I have two complex numbers, one is d1 and other is d2, and let me just comment out all this code, right? And you have two complex numbers d1 and d2. We do see in d1, and we are also doing c in d1, and let me do c in d2, right? So do you guys think it will work? Do you think it will work or it will not work, right? So what do you think? Can we read two numbers consecutively or not, right? So Rajat says it will work. Abhishek says no, will not work, right? So okay, most of you guys are correct that it will not work, right? So it will not work. The reason being is that this function is of the type void, so it does not return anything. So when you execute this code C1 and D1, so it basically calls that function, right? So it calls this function void operator, this, right? But the return type of this function is void, which basically means that this value is replaced by some void value, right? And here you write void. So if you write void followed by d2, it will not work, right? So void followed by a operator followed by a complex object will not work. So the it will work if you return a scene from here, right? So if you return object of the class iStream, which is basically a scene, right? So आपने यहाँ पे scene भेजा था, scene is is, and if you do return is, right? So if you do return is, the same cin object will come back at this place. In that case, this will again become a cin, right? And again, suppose you have some d3 here. So cin d2 will call this function, which will again return a cin object. So you will have cin d3. So this will work, right? So what we need to do, we need to change the return type, and again this will work, right? So this concept is also called cascading of operators, right? The same thing you can use for the plus, right? So if you're doing c1 plus c2, you can return a new complex number which is sum of these two, and if you add c3 here, it will add that number, and if you do c4, it will also add that number to the resultant complex number, right? I hope you guys are getting this thing. And what I need to change is I need to have the return type as iStream and, right? So it basically means we are not returning the copy, we are returning by reference. It means we are actually returning the actual cout object. So if you write iStream and if you return is, this will basically return a copy. This concept is called return by value, but I want to do return by reference because scene and cout are some special objects of iStream and ostream class, and we do not want to make a copy of them, right? So every time we accept a scene object, we accept it by reference, and whenever we want to return it, we return it by reference. The same thing you can do with the ostream class, and it will have ostream and here, right? And what you can do is you can return os. Now you can try with the code c in d1 d2 and c out d1 d2, right? So let us give some inputs. Let's say 201 and 202, and let's see the output, right? So you can see there are two complex numbers, right? So you can read both the numbers simultaneously, and you can print them simultaneously. So I think this concept of cascading is now clear to you, and your homework is that you have to write this function for uh, a class I will give you, right? So and you can play with more operators, right? So these were the most important kinds of operator overloading. So you can do an operator overloading on a binary operator inside the class or outside the class, and you can also do it for a unary operator. So in this case, these two operators were unary operators, these two are binary operators, and we did it inside the class. And in the case of object which is cin object or cout object, we do not want to make changes inside the iostream header file. We write two functions which are outside the class, right? And in that cases we need to pass both the object as parameter, right? So guys, is it clear? Quickly let me know. So yes, in the assignment, we will have going to have one problem which you guys need to try, and the solution for the same will be posted in the coding blocks online section, right? So the problem is that you have to implement a vector class, right? So you have to remember we have used the vector, and now your task is to implement a vector class, right? And in the vector class, I need to have some data members, right? So vector will behave like a dynamic array, and suppose if the array is full, right, so it will automatically double itself, right? So you have to write this functionality. So how you will achieve it? You will make a new array. Let's say the original size is 4, the new size is now 8, and suppose the elements are 1 2 3 4 here. You will copy these elements in the new array, and you will remove the old array from the memory, right? So you have to write a constructor for the vector, right? You will have a copy constructor, you will have copy assignment operator, right? And you will also see what all data members should be there, right? And then you will write a function to add elements at the back, which is called pushback. Then you will write a function to pop elements from the last, right? So to remove the element from the last. And then you will write a print function which prints all the elements. Then you will overload this square brackets. Let's say you give an index I, which basically returns the ith element, right? So this should return the ith element. And then you will overload the plus operator v1 plus v2, which basically appends vector 2 at the back of a vector 1. Suppose this is v1, this is v2, it has 1 2, it has 3 4. So v1 plus v2 will become 1 2 3 4, right? And then you will write a function which basically, let's say, mm, what you can do more with the vectors, right? So you can um, right, so you will write a destructor to destroy the memory taken by the vector. And all right, so I think these are sufficient. You can try out all these functions by yourself, right? And maybe one function reserve, right? So reserve function will do, let's say I say reserve 100, so it will make the array size at least 100, right? So suppose if even if you have 5 elements, the array size will be 100, right? So you have to think about what all data members you will need. Definitely you will need one dynamic array, one data member to denote the maximum size of the array, one data member to denote the current size of the array. I think three members are sufficient, right? So a pointer to the dynamic array, current size, and the maximum size, right? So implement the entire vector class with all these functionality, right? So if you are done with it, you can check out the c++.com for more functions which are available, right, for the reference, right? So you can see how the inbuilt vector is being implemented, and not implemented, what all functionality it supports, right? So the solution will be made available, but first you will try this assignment, right? So there won't be any uh, contest on oops, but we will give you questions on data structures, which is the next part of the course. Okay, vector string and vector int कैसे लिखते हैं, right? So there is a small doubt by Rajat which I would like to take, right? So let me define this thing, right? So Rajat is basically asking about templates, right? So uh, let us talk about a bit of templates, right? Templates in C++. So suppose you are making a vector, and you have a class vector, and what you have here is you have a integer array, right? So this will basically make a array of integers, right? So this will make a array of integers, right? So let me take a dynamic array, right? So int star array, right? But suppose uh, you want to make an array of vector of characters, right? The other way is कि आप दो बार class बनाओ, एक class vector for character, एक class vector for integers, right? So the good thing is C++ के पास एक बहुत ही powerful concept है which is called the class of templates, right? So you can make a templated class. So अगर किसी भी class को templated बनाना है, आपको पता नहीं है कि डेटा किस टाइप का आएगा, so आप int ना लिख के उसको t लिख दो, t या फिर कोई और वेरिएबल, एंड क्लास के स्टार्टिंग में आप डिफाइन कर दो टेम्पलेट टाइप नेम टी, एक्जैक्टली यही सिंटेक्स होगा, ठीक है? और ये टी डिफाइन होगा जब उस क्लास का ऑब्जेक्ट बनेगा. सपोज आपको वेक्टर इंटीजर का बनाना है, तो मेन में क्या लिखोगे? वेक्टर ऑफ इंटीजर्स वी. अगर आपको बनाना है कैरेक्टर का, वेक्टर ऑफ कैरेक्टर v2, राइट. सो इससे क्या होगा, ये वाला जो वेक्टर है आपका t क्या बन जाएगा यहाँ पे, इंटीजर, और इस केस के लिए t क्या बन जाएगा, कैरेक्टर एरे. सो इंटरनली जो भी आप यहाँ पे वैल्यू पास करोगे उस टाइप का आपका एरे बन जाएगा, राइट. सो दिस इज, दीज टू लाइंस आर व्हाट यू ऑल नीड, राइट. तो एक बार इसको करके देखना एंड रीड अबाउट टेम्पलेट्स इन C++. ठीक है. So I will share a few examples in the notes, right? So read about templates, and this is what all it is about, right? So is it clear? All right. So I think this is good enough for today, and you people can try out the problems from the assignment and more number of questions, right? So anything you want to ask, and before we end this webinar? So Abhijit का एक doubt आया था, iStream must be containing other objects. Why does is referred to scene? It could have been reference to other object of iStream. अभिजीत देखो क्या हो रहा है कि उसमें जब आप कॉल कर रहे हो, राइट, अभिजीत कह रहे हैं कि व्हाट इज, यहाँ पे ISC क्यों आ रहा है, ये इसलिए हो रहा है बिकॉज जब आप IS की जगह सीन क्यों आ रहा है, मतलब अभिषेक का ये डाउट है कि ये जो हमने iStream का ऑब्जेक्ट लिया है ये कोई और ऑब्जेक्ट भी तो हो सकता था, ये कोई और ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं है बिकॉज ये जो फंक्शन हमने कॉल किया हमने ऐसे कॉल किया सी इन स्लैश जो भी है D1, राइट. सो जब हम इस फंक्शन को कॉल कर रहे हैं तो हमारे पास ऑब्जेक्ट क्या जा रहा है, ये सीन ही जा रहा है यहाँ पे, एंड ये D1 की जगह, और ये सी क्या है, D1. तो सी इन इज IS, या फिर दिस IS इज सीन एंड दिस सी इज इक्वल टू D1, राइट. सो एग्जैक्टली सेम ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं जो हमने पास किए हैं, कोई और ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं होगा, राइट. सो एंड ये तो एक रेफरेंस वेरिएबल है ना, ये तो खुद में ऑब्जेक्ट भी नहीं है, मतलब काइंड ऑफ रेफरेंस वेरिएबल ही है. तो सीन अगर ये ऑब्जेक्ट है तो IS भी यही ऑब्जेक्ट है, ठीक है. ओके, सो ठीक है. So guys, that's all for today. Thank you for joining. I will see you in the next webinar, which is on 31st of March. And during the week, next week, we will be giving you some videos on stacks, queues, and uh, yeah. So thanks, Suraj, for the reminder. The ID is 8202, right? The code ID is 8202. And during the next week, we will be giving you linked list and stacks and queues. We will start by the end of the next week, right? So thank you guys for joining. All the best and keep learning, keep coding, and good night. Take care. Bye bye. And that's all for today.
So the prerequisites, as they were already mentioned on the website, you should know all the data structures, how a tree works, what is a graph, what is a hash table, what is a heap. In this class, we will quickly brush you up with the concepts of data structures using the C++ standard template library, in which all the inbuilt data structures are there. And Deepak Bhaiya will take you through the journey of STL. But before that, we have a small warm up with the mathematics part, which I will be taking up. This is a advanced course. Ashish. Suyesh is asking me what all topics are helpful for first round of ICPC. See Suyesh, in the ICPC first round, there are questions from dynamic programming, which is an important topic. There will be questions from graphs. There could be questions from mathematics and some ad hoc problems, right? Ad hoc problems are also there. Implementation based problems are also there from topics like arrays and strings. You will find questions. So these are the most important topics for the first round of ICPC, right? It is coming up next month. So these are the important topics, and we will try to cover these topics before November first week, right? So for a warm up, I am discussing one problem. So the problem is the birthday paradox problem. Quite possible some of you have already solved this problem, but maybe not a lot of you. So let me discuss what is this problem, right? So what this question is saying, yeah, Nikhil, I know 5th November you have an online round for ICBC. We will make sure that the topics I have told will be covered till November 5. Right. So the first problem is the birthday paradox problem. So question, what the question is saying, what is the minimum number of people that you should have in a room such that the probability of having two people same birthday is 50%. What is the minimum number of people in a room such that the probability of two people having birthday on the same date? We are talking about the date. Let's say the date 15th October. It is 15th October दोनों का birthday है. So what is the probability? What is the number of people such that the probability they have same birthday is 50%? So any ideas, any guesses how we can approach this question? Let me simplify the question first. So instead of 50%, let's say what is the number of people you need to have such that the probability is 100%. I can say with 100% surety that two people are having same birthday, then there must be n people in the room. What is the value of n? Yeah. So I got the correct answer from Ayush, Shivam, Rohit, Tushar, Yash. Everyone is giving me the correct answer. We are assuming if it is not a leap year. If it is not a leap year, then a normal year has 365 days. And I know if I have 366 people in the room, then the probability of having two people same birthday will be 100%. So 366 is the correct answer. So the correct answer is 366. Right. So Ayush has given me then another answer which is correct, but for not for this question. It is correct for 50% probability. All right. So any guesses for this question? What is the number of people for having 50% probability? Any guesses? Nikhil is asking what is the concept applied. Nikhil, see, it is very simple. You can say it is kind of pigeonhole principle. If you have suppose 366 people and you want to assign them birthdays, you can have only 365 unique values. So the last person will have a birthday which will match with one of the persons. Yeah, so lot of students have given me the correct answer, which is 23. All right. So I think you have solved this question pretty quickly. So it was an easy question. All right. But we will see how this is being solved. Might be you have solved it earlier. We will also give you some bouncers in the course such that you take more time to solve, right? No, this is not a pigeonhole principle right now. We will come to pigeonhole principle later also. So see what happens is, let me start with a very simple explanation of this question. So let me say if there is one person in the room. Let's start with the smallest value, two persons in the room. There is a room and there are two persons in it. So what is the probability that they have a different birthday? They have a, let's say, same birthday. Probability of two people having same birthday will be, what will be the probability? It will be 1 by 365, because out of 365 days I have to choose one. So it could be any one day. So two people having same birthday will be 1 365, 1 by 365. And what will be the probability of two people having different birthday? Different birthday. So if there are two people in the room, I want to make sure that both of they have a different birthday. So I can say it will be nothing but 1 minus 1 by 365, which comes out to be 364 upon 365. Now let's make this little more complex. Now instead of two people, there is one more people. One more person join the room, right? So what will happen? So see, when I say the first person, so first person was there, he can choose his birthday in 365 ways, right? He can choose any day for his birthday. So when there is one person, the answer is this. When there are two persons, the second person can choose out of 364 days, because one day has been chosen by the first person. This person can choose out of 364 days. So the probability will be 364 upon 365, which is same as this value which we have already computed. Let me add one more person to the room. Let's add one more person to the room. So now this person can choose his birthday in such a way that it does not clash with him and in. Let's call this person as X, Y and Z. तो Z को एक ऐसा डे चूज करना है जिसमें X और Y का बर्थडे लाई ना कर रहा हो. So Z has only 363 options. So the probability will be 363 upon 365, and similarly for the fourth person it will be 362 upon 365, and this will go on, right? So our question is saying we have to compute something like this: 365 into 364 into 363 up to n times. So we have to do it n times such that the probability of two people having same birthday is at least 50%. At least 0.5 चाहिए हमें, ठीक है? At least हमें 0.5 हमें probability चाहिए. And this thing we are doing for a two people having a different birthday. तो ये हम जो result निकाल रहे हैं, this is for a different birthday. Same birthday के लिए क्या होगा? Let's say this is P, this value is P, and for same birthday it will be 1 minus P. So I should make 1 minus P should be greater than equal to 0.5. It means P should be less than equal to 0.5. This is the result I have to derive. So I will do this thing n times such that this probability is less than equal to 0.5. Okay? Are you guys getting this? Yeah. So see guys, now this equation we can write it in the code. We can write the code for this equation, for this one, and we can compute the value of n. We can compute the value of n. So I'm going to use the online editor by coding blocks. You can also try out this editor, a pretty cool ID. So what happens is there we have to compute the number of people such that the probability of having two people same birthday is 50%. So let me have one value called numerator, which is 365. Let me have another value which is of the type float. This is denominator. This is also 365 and float p, which is 1. So here p denotes the probability of some people having birthday on same date. Okay. So initially this probability is 1. We have already seen when there are two people, this value becomes 364 by 365. So this value becomes 19.9972. It means I can say with 99.72% surety that two people will have the same birthday. When we have more people, let's say I have 3 people, so this value becomes into 363 upon 365, which is 99.17. It means I can say with 99.17% surety that 3 people will have a different birthday. So I can say while this probability is greater than 0.5, because हम 1 से start कर रहे हैं, we are starting from 1 and we are approaching towards 0.5. तो जब तक ये 0.5 से बड़ी नहीं हो जाती, तब तक हम जब तक 0.5 से छोटी नहीं हो जाती ये वैल्यू, बिकॉज वी आर स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 1 एंड वी आर अप्रोचिंग टुवर्ड्स 0.5. ठीक है. So I just need to, this while loop will stop when p becomes less than 0.5, because we are starting from 1. So here I can write uh, let's say p equals to p into numerator divided by denominator, and in the next iteration numerator will be decremented by 1, and let me take 1n, where n denotes the number of people. So initially the value of n is 0 and I will do n plus plus. So n denotes the number of people needed. Okay. So at every iteration I'm going to print, let's say cout probability is p and number of people are this much. And so we will see how the probability is going to decrease as the number of people are going to increase in the room. So you can see initially the probability is 1, then it becomes 99.72, then 99.17, जैसे हमने calculator पे calculate की थी. Similarly, this probability is decreasing as the number of people are increasing in the room. So the probability is 0.49 and the number of people are 23. So this loop stops when p becomes less than 0.5. So this probability point of 49 denotes that people have a different birthday, right? And so what is the probability for same birthday? So it is around 0.51. So it becomes greater than equal to 0.5 when the number of people are 23. Yes, so 23 is the correct answer. So all those who gave 23 as the answer is correct. So did you guys get this thing? Why this condition is p greater than 0.5? Because while loop will stop when p becomes less than 0.5. That is the termination condition. So when as soon as p becomes less than 0.5, it means probability of people having different birthday is now less than 0.5. So probability of people having same birthday is now greater than 0.5. So can you tell me the answer for what is the number of people needed if we want to say with 90% surety that two people have the same birthday? What should I change here? What should I change here such that the probability of people I can say with 90% surety? I can say with 90% surety. What should be changed? Any ideas? So far Mohit has given me the correct answer, and yes, we will make it zero point 0.9. It will not. We will make it 0.1. Sorry. So Mohit का answer ठीक नहीं था. All those who have written 0.1 are correct because P denotes the probability of different birthday. So we have to tell for 1 minus P. So here it will be 0.1. So let's run our code and see. Yeah. So we got the output. Yes. So the correct answer is number of people is 41. You can see here. The probability is this much. Probability of having different birthdays 0.09. So I can say probability of having same birthdays slightly greater than 90%. So probability has crossed 90% at this value. So number of people are 41. So it is quite interesting. If we have 41 people, we can with 90% surety that at least two of you have same birthday, right? With just 41 people. So is this question clear to you? Birthday paradox problem. You can also get the code. You can click the save button and this is the link. As soon as you click the save button, you get a URL which is the link for the code. I'm just texting you the code URL also. Saurabh is saying we need only 70 people to make it 99.9%. Yes, I think you are correct. Let's say if I do this, then the probability will become 99.9%. So you are close, Saurabh. Okay. Now you can change the values and you can try with different values also, right? So I hope you like this question. So this was a warm up. Now we are going to talk about some mathematical concepts. So whenever we say we are doing competitive programming maths, we see a couple of problems. So what are these types of problems we will see? Acha. Mohit, you are correct. Yeah. It is the equation when we do when we have a different birthday for every person, right? So for same, the answer is 1 minus p. Now I was talking about types of problems in mathematics. So a lot of types of problems are there. The most easy problems are the ad hoc problems or the formula based problems, and there are some problems which are the brute force problems as well. Okay, we will see one example here. And big integers is another kind of problem. Sometimes you get questions on ICPC, in ICPC code chef, that you want to compute some big factorial, right? This is another important category of problem, big integers. And exponentiation is one interesting category, which requires some good amount of practice. This topic we will do in the next class. So it covers the matrix exponentiation part, which helps us to solve linear recurrences, right? This we will discuss in the next webinar, how to solve a linear recurrence using matrix exponentiation, as well as we will cover a lot of problems from CodeChef and Spotch. Yeah. Then there are problems involving series, maybe sum of the series, maybe nth term of the series, AP है, GP है, HP है, ठीक है, उस टाइप की कुछ problems. Then there is a very important and as well as interesting topic called pigeonhole principle. So this is a easy to understand topic, but sometimes the problems are relatively complex and you have to figure out how the pigeonhole principle is being applied. So in the first two lectures or in the first two webinars, I will talk about these topics. Some of these topics will be covered today. Some of these advanced topics will be covered in the next webinar. Inclusion exclusion principle again is an important topic which is based upon the set theory as well as the cardinality of sets. We want to find out how many number of elements are there which are divisible by 2 and 5, or maybe 3 and 4 and 7, or which have these many prime factors. So these kind of problems are part of inclusion exclusion principle. Then this is an interesting topic. One of the problem we have already solved right now, probability and expectation. I will try to come to expectation today itself if time persists. We will discuss some problems based upon expectation as well. Then combinatorics, you already know, you have studied in class 11th and 12th, permutation and combinations, then rearrangements, those kind of stuff. Okay. So brute force, you have already tried a couple of problems. Brute force problems are like the complete search. So there is one problem, a famous problem on hacker blogs. So there is a game called German Lotto. We are going to see few examples of every kind of problem. So what the question says is, you are given some list of numbers. You have given a set of numbers from 1 to 49, and you are playing a game called Lotto. Lotto is a game. Okay? There is a game called Lotto and you are given a set of numbers. So what happens is, out of these 49 numbers, you have to choose 6 numbers. So out of some 49 numbers, let's say there are some numbers 6, 8, 9, 10, 15, and so on. You have to play games, you have to choose 6 numbers such that these numbers are in ascending order. Okay? So choose 6 numbers. You have to always choose 6 numbers. Okay? There is a set of numbers and you have to choose 6 numbers such that all the numbers are in ascending order. So one of the answers could be you have chosen these numbers 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another answer could be 1, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15. Right? So you have to tell me how many such games are possible. You have to print all such combinations, all such possibilities. So any approaches how you can do it? You can go through the problem statement again. You can go to the problem statement again. In this game, you are given numbers from the set 1 to 49, and you have to choose 6 numbers such that Pranit says backtracking, Ayush says brute force, sort and select 6 slots. See guys, we are talking about brute force. So think of something simpler than backtracking and recursion. No, there cannot be any repetition. Mayank says so. Keshav is, I think, yeah, Yash is right. Nesting of loops. Rajat is also right. 6 loops with the first loop from 1 to 44. All right, all right. So, yes, it is a great answer by Yash and someone else also. So, this is the correct answer. So, good programmers are those who can think of more than 2 and 3 nested loops. In this problem, we are going to use 6 nested loops. Let's try to solve this problem. Alright, so brute force generally means you can do it using loops or recursion or backtracking, and you can explore all possibilities. Okay. So the first thing is we have to sort the numbers which are already sorted because the numbers are from 1 to 49. Yeah, so we are going to code this now. See, we are as I write the code, you will get the logic also. It is a simpler question. So we are going to compute subsets of length 6, and we are going to pick numbers from the array in an ascending order. So see guys, let's say these are the numbers. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you can pick first number from this. Next number can be any number from these numbers. Any number. Third number could be any number from the remaining numbers. Fourth number can be any number from the remaining numbers. Fifth number can be any number from the remaining, and similarly for the sixth number. So this we can do for all the elements of the array. ठीक है. So let's try to solve this problem. So suppose I have array I do not need because I know the numbers are from 1 to 49. Numbers are from 1 to 49, and we have to choose a subset of 6 numbers. Okay, so I can use one for loop for int I equal to 1, I less than equal to कहाँ तक जाएगा I? Let's say n is 49, range is 49, so I will go till n minus 5. Yeah, n minus 5 I plus plus. Sixth last number तक हम जा रहे हैं. ठीक है, I can choose the second number. J starts from I plus 1, and J goes till less than n minus 4, J plus plus, and again I can choose K. K starts from J plus 1, because we are going to talk about the remaining part. K goes till less than n minus 3 and K plus plus. Then we are going to talk about L. L starts from K plus 1. It goes till n minus 2. Sorry, L. It should be L and L plus plus. Then for int M starts from L plus 1. M goes till less than n minus 1 and M plus plus. And the last loop for N. For int N starts from M plus 1, N is less than equal. N we cannot take, O ले लेते हैं, O less than N, O plus plus, and we can print these numbers. C out I followed by some space or a comma, then J, followed by some comma, followed by K, followed by L. You could also have a array. Let's say instead of having this, I have a array. Let's say int array is something like this: 1, 3, 5, 2, 7. It should be a sorted array. If it is not sorted, then you have to sort it. And 12. Out of these arrays, I have two number of elements will be these. Size of array divided by size of. So out of this array, we have to pick all sub arrays, all subsequences of size 6, such that all the numbers of the subsequence are in the ascending order. So this is another way. I, J, K. So it will be now array of I followed by this thing. I, J, K, L, M, and O, followed by and L. So let's try to run our code also. Return. So you can see these are the possible ways of playing the game, of making the subsets such that all the numbers are in the ascending order. So it is not necessary. You always need recursion or something like that. Brute force solutions can be written using loops, and it is not necessary that it will be only 3 loops or 4 loops. It can be 5, 6 loops in your question as well. Yeah, we are starting from index 0. Alright, so yeah, this should be 0. Very good observation by uh, Rishabh. So yes, you got a more number of possibilities. 10 is chosen twice. Oh, it should be from m plus 1. There could be, there is a small mistake. Yeah, so we got lot of more answers. Yeah, I have corrected that. I have corrected the last loop. Yeah. There is a short delay. I get your responses a little late, but I have corrected this loop. So I think you guys got the question. Yash, uh, see guys, the complexity of backtracking is exponential. If you generate all subsequences, then it goes in the powers of 2, right? If you're doing something like, I want to compute all subsequences, suppose there are elements like a b c d e f in this array, these are the elements, then if you are going to use recursion, you are going to make two choices, if whether to include this one or not, whether to include this one or not, this one or not, this one or not. So it will be 2 raised to the power n, which is exponential. Okay, using recursion, if you are going to use recursion, but here we have simplified this. Let's say n is 10. So here the complexity of using these loops is, in each loop I'm iterating over the entire array, so it is n raised to the power 6, right? For but in recursion, you will also have to filter out. You have to select all those subsequences in which the length of the sequence is 6. All right. So that's why in the question n was given less than equal to 50, because n raised to the power 6 will work for only this constraint. But if you do 2 raised to the power 50, this will not work. This will take a lot of time. This will take a lot of time. So recursive solution will not work. The iterative version will work because the complexity is this, and for recursion the complexity is this, 2 raised to the power n. What is the value of 2 raised to the power 50? I know 2 raised to the power 10 is around 1000. Sorry, 2 raised to the power 10 is around 1000, and I can say it is again raised to the power 5, so it is 10 to the power 15. This solution will not work. This method is work, and this is efficient because it is generating the desired output directly. See, recursion and backtracking both will be slow. Backtracking uh, is again a brute force, but this method is brute force, but it is much better than the brute force we expected, right? Even the bitwise operators uh, will take more time because you have to first figure out those numbers in which only 6 bits are set. That will take time. In finding the numbers, someone is talking about bit masking, again that is going to take time, because finding those numbers in which exactly 6 bits are set, plus uh, if you are using integers only have 32 bits, but in this question you have an array of size 50, right? You have to if you're planning to do bit mask, you will have to use long int. Okay, let's come to the next topic. I hope you got this question. This is one category of problems which involve brute force. The next interesting category is the category of big integers. There are a lot of questions on CodeChef regarding long factorials, long GCD. There are problems on Spoj also. So what happens is sometimes we are given some computations in which the number of digits in the answer can overflow the range of integers and long integers. It is quite possible that your answer is overflowing the range of long integer, because it can store only at max 18 digits. Only 18 digits are possible. Suppose I want to compute 100 factorial. So 100 factorial has 158 digits or maybe zeros. I'm not sure. It has somewhere around 160 digits which cannot be stored in the long integer or in the integer, right? So what we do, we can use arrays in C++, and there is also a third party library called the Boost C++ library which can do the work for us, but we are not going to use this library. You have to set it up. So we are going to use arrays to compute a large factorial, right? We will see one example how to compute large factorial in C++. Fermat's little theorem we will discuss, don't worry. This will come in your third class, which is on number theory. There is also one tutorial of mine on YouTube on Fermat's little theorem. Yeah. So let's see how we can use arrays in C++ to compute a larger factorial. Let's see. Right. So idea is to use a array. The idea is to use a array in this question, because in array we can store as many digits we want. So see, you are given some number, let's say number is 1 2 3 4, and you want to multiply it by some number, let's say you want to multiply it by 15. So how do you do the multiplication? You do 15 into 4 60, 6 carry, 15 into 3 45, and 6 which is 51, 5 carry, 15 to the 30 and 5 35, 3 carry, 15 ones are 15, and plus 3 18. So you got 8 and 1 is the carry, which will be put here. Which will be put here. So what I am going to do, I am going to store these digits into my array. Suppose I am calculating something like 17 factorial. So I will multiply this number by 16. Again 16 into 0, it will come here. Carry will be transferred to the next position, right? So what happens is when we start multiplication, we take an initial carry of 0 and then we multiply it by the next number, right? So we can store the numbers in the array like this or like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to treat this index as the 0th index, first index, second index, third index, fourth index, and so on. Multiplication using arrays. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to maintain one array and I'm going to maintain the output from the beginning, right? Here I have already written the indices. So you can treat if the number is 1, 2, 3, 4, it probably means the number is read this number as 4, 3, 2, 1. This is 0th, first, second, and the third position. And I want to multiply it by some number, let's say 15. So 15 into 1, 5. And I will pass on the carry, which is 1. 15 to the 30, and so on, right? So we will use an array to multiply two numbers. Okay. So let's write one function. Write one function. Let me save the code as well. The ID of the code is 1743. So you can see in the URL 1743 is the ID of our old code, and let me try out this problem. And I'm going to make one function called void big factorial, which computes the factorial of a number, and this could be a very large answer, right? So I'm assuming that answer contains at max 1000 digits. So I'm going to make one array storing the answer. So int star array equals to new int of 1000, and it is initialized by 0, and all positions are 0 initially because answer is 0. Then I can say a of 0 is 1 because for factorial you need to start from 1. Okay, and I'm taking another variable n equal to 1, which denotes the index of the array I am working upon. I am till which we have stored some digits. Okay, there is a array like this, in which all positions are 0 except for the first position, which is 1. And because I know factorial will start from 1, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to multiply it by 2. This will become 2. Then we are going to multiply it by 3. It becomes 6. Multiply by 4. This becomes 24. So what I do, I write 2 here and I propagate 4 to the next position. So now the value of n will become 2 because 2 positions have been occupied. So n denotes the index of the array before which we have stored some digits. So we have stored two digits, right? Before which, okay. And the logic of factorial is pretty simple. You have to multiply all numbers from 2 to less than equal to that number, and you do I plus plus. Okay. So for every number you have to multiply a number a, multiply your array a, which has n elements in it, with a number called I. This function we are going to write. Okay. Void multiply, I'm going to write one function which takes the array, number of digits in the array, and let's take it by reference. You will come to know why we are doing so. So when I'm going to multiply, let's say the array is something like this, 1 2 3, and followed by some zeros, by some number, let's say 4. So initially the carry is going to be 0, carry value will be 0, which we have seen. उसके बाद हम सारे डिजिट्स पे आइटरेट करने वाले हैं. एन ने हमें बताया कि एरे में कितने डिजिट्स हैं, तो वी आर आइटरेटिंग ओवर द डिजिट्स ऑफ द एरे. ठीक है, ठीक ठीक है. एंड 4 से मल्टीप्लाई करना है अगर, 4 1 जा 4, 4 2 जा 8, 4 3 जा 12. ठीक है, तो दिस विल बी द नंबर. करके देख लेना, 1 2 3 इंटू 4 करोगे तो 4 3 जा एक्चुअली वी आर स्टोरिंग इन द रिवर्स ऑर्डर. ठीक है, वी आर स्टोरिंग इन द रिवर्स ऑर्डर. So this number should be read as 3 to 1. So 3 to 1 into 4 कर रहे हैं हम. 4 1 जा 4, 4 2 जा 8, 4 1 जा 4, 4 2 जा 8, 4 3 जा 12. Again this number should be read in the reverse order, 1 2 4 8, 1 2 4 8. The output is same. ठीक है, in arrays we are going to multiply like this in the left to right order because it is easy to compute. Because it is easy to compute. Are you getting this logic? ठीक है, all right. So see guys, the product will be now nothing but the product of array of I into that number plus some carry value. ठीक है, initially the carry is going to be 0. Then I can store this product modulus 10 in the current index and I can send the carry forward. Carry is going to be this thing, product upon 10. Okay, are you getting this? Let me give you one more example. 1 2 3 and I'm going to multiply it by 15. So 15 ones are 15, product is 15, and we are going to store what here? We are going to store 5 here. So 5 is nothing but 5 कैसे निकलेगा? Product modulus 10. 5 comes here and 1 is carry forward. So 1 कहाँ जाएगा इस पे? 15 2 is 30. 30 plus 1 is 31. 3 कहाँ पे जाएगा? यहाँ पे. 15 3 is 45 and 3 48 and number क्या बचा? 4. So 4 will come here. So whatever the carry is left, this is the left out carry. Left out carry. It could be bigger number also. Let's say 15 9s are 135. In that case, 15 will 5 will come here and 13 will be the carry. So what we have to do, we have to place this number here, 3 here and 1 here. Carefully look at this. If the carry has more digits, if the carry has more number of digits, then we have to extract digits from the carry and place it at the ith index. Then I will go to this position and we will place the next digit unless this carry becomes 0, right? So we have to save the left out carry digit by digit. ठीक है, So here I'm going to use one while loop for the left out carry. So handle the left out carry. We are going to write, while this carry is not equal to 0, we are going to write a of n denotes the position, carry modulus 10, and I'm going to do carry equals to carry by 10 and n plus plus. All right, that's why I was taking n by reference, because n is moving ahead. N is moving ahead. Rajat, it's saying it is always having a carry as single digit. No, this is not the case. Suppose you are multiplying this number 2 to 9. Let's say number is 2 to 9, and the multiplying by 15. So 15 to the 30, your carry becomes 3. 30 aya, this goes here and 3 becomes the carry. 15 to the 30, 30 plus 3 comes 33. This comes here and 3 goes the carry. 15 nines are 135 plus 3, 138, and 8 comes here, 13 is the carry. So how will you store 13 here? So you will pick 3 and put it here, because this position is the n. Then you will increment n will come here, number left is 1, and you will put 1 here. This is what I have done using this loop. I have saved the left out carry at the required position and I have incremented n. N is now 5. N is now 5 because it contains 5 digits. Are you getting now? Akhil is saying, what is the need of n cannot we do unless it becomes 0. See Akhil, there could be some digits in your array which could be 0. It is quite possible that your output is like this, 15070072. Then and again there are some leading zeros. So how will you know कि you have to run your loop till here? Because these elements are also 0. So we need to maintain n, which denotes the number of digits we have stored so far in the array. Alright Akhil? Now we have already written the multiplication logic. Now it's time to print the digits in the reverse order. Alright, we know there are n digits and the final answer is in the reverse order. So what we can do, we can do like this. For int I equal to n minus 1, I greater than equal to 0, I minus minus, and we are going to simply output our array. And followed by, let's say, one handle. And in the main, I'm going to call my function big factorial of. Let's say I want to compute 100. Let's start with a small factorial. Let's say 5 factorial or the 6 factorial. And let's run our code. Yeah, so the answer is 720. It is working for the smaller numbers. Let us also try for some number like 100. So it is very big number, 93326. So this is a very big number. It has around, let's also print the number of digits. See out handle and see out how many digits it has. It has n digits. Yeah, so it has 158 digits, you can see. So I think it is working fine for 100 factorial. This is how you calculate big factorials in C++. Yeah, we are coming to the big integer very soon. Okay, so let me now come to big integer class. You have seen it becomes quite complicated in C++ when we have to work with these big numbers if we do not use the boost library. So I'm going to show you how you can use Java for this purpose, or you can also use Python for this purpose. Okay, so in Java you have a class called the big integer class. There is a class called the big integer class which helps us to do a lot of operations on big numbers, maybe GCD, maybe factorial, maybe modular arithmetic, maybe next prime you want to compute. All right, so I'm going to show you some examples of the Java big integer class. All right, so all set for the Java big integer. All right, so let's start directly with the code. There is a These are the some of the functions that this class can do. Yeah. So we are now going to see the big integer class. Code link is being shared in the chat. You can get the code also. Now this is a basic hello world program in Java which is given by default here. Yes. So in Java everything is a class, and suppose I want to play with some integers, I can make one method called um, static void play with integers, right? Static because I do not want to create an object to call this method. I directly want to call this method. There is one method, static void play with int. So let's say, let me include the scanner, like seen, like we have seen in C++, we have a scanner in Java, and java.math.big integer is the class which helps you to work with big integers and do pretty cool stuff. This is very helpful in your programming competitions. It saves a lot of your programming time on working with big numbers. So let me instantiate an object of scanner. That can be done using this syntax, system dot. This creates a new scanner. It's like a C in C++, right? And suppose I want to read some integer. I can say int s1 equals to sc dot next, scanner dot next. Read whatever next is there in the buffer. Let's say 10. And I want to print the square. So I can write system dot out dot print ln s1 into s1. And just going the basic input output in Java, then we will see. Oh, just we are doing some basic input output, and here I will call my function play with int. Next int is the method. Yeah, so to read integers we use next int. So I gave one number 10 and I got the output as 100, right? So suppose I want to do something more. I want to create one big integer. So you can create a big integer like this. Let's say big integer 1. This is equal to new big integer dot 1. So it creates a big integer object whose value is 1. And you can also initialize a big integer from a string. Let's say there is a number like this. This will create another big integer. Let's say I want to print this one. So I can say system dot out dot println. I think there's there is some different way of initializing this. You can write like this: big integer and here 1. This works fine. So you can create a small number. You can create a big number also. You can also do 2 plus 1. But to do this, there is a function called add, and you can give this 1. So on the big integer object 2, you're calling a method called add, which is adding another big integer called 1 to this integer. Let's see. So you can see this output becomes now 11. Earlier it was 10 in the end. Now it is 11. Yeah, we are working with maths only. Okay. There are Let me try a few more examples. Suppose I want to read a number. I want to read a string as a big integer. Okay. So let's say big integer 3, new big integer, and let's say I want to read it from the console. So I write string s2 equals to sc dot next. Okay. And let's say next big integer is 1001. This will be read as a string. This will be read as a string, and here I can create a big integer from the string s2 which has been read from the input buffer, and let's try to print it out. So you can see this is the number, right? Suppose you want to read it as a binary number. This class also allows you to convert the base, right? So the second argument is the base. So by default, it is the base is by default 10. Suppose you give it 2, it means this is a binary number. This will be treated like a binary number. Now when I will output it, you will get a different output. So you got 9. So this is how easy it is to change the base using big integer, right? So you read the number as binary. It is very easy, right? Suppose you want to multiply two numbers. Let's say big integer बोल देते हैं 4, and suppose I want to do 9 into 4, which is 36. ये मेरे को करना है, ठीक है? और मे बी दो नंबर्स हम रीड कर लेते हैं, S3 बोल देते हैं, एंड यहाँ पे एक और बाइनरी नंबर दे देते हैं. तो 4 इज रिटन लाइक दिस 100 को रीड कर लिया, ठीक है? एंड आई कैन से एक और बना लो, बिग इंटीजर एक और बना लो, तो हम B4 बोल देते हैं, B4, which is again a new big integer initiated from S3. I can do system.out.println t dot, or maybe you can write something like this: 3 equals to 3 multiply by another big integer B4. And we are going to print now 3. System.out.println 3. So output is 36. So you have read two binary numbers, treated them as decimal numbers, changed their base, and multiplied them. This also works for the binary numbers. If you write 8 here, this will become a octal number, right? If you write 16, this will become a hexadecimal number, right? Suppose you can try, right? You can try. This is 111, maybe 119, and you can read it as an octal number as well. So you just need to mention the base here. So similarly, you can do addition. If you want to do addition, you can do 3 dot add something. Let's say the number is 2. This will do your addition. You want to divide, you can write 3 dot divide by, let's say, 2. This will do your division as well. Yeah, this is something you can try on your own. Now let me come to one important property of important function of big integer is computing GCD. Let's say string, big integer B0, new big integer with initialized as 15, big integer B1. Let's say this will be in quotes, right? Suppose you want to initialize a big integer from a number, then you have to use this method. You have to use this method called big integer dot value of 5, right? So value of method converts long int into your integer. तो स्ट्रिंग से करना है, डायरेक्टली इनिशियलाइज हो जाएगा. वैल्यू ऑफ से करोगे तो वो एक इंटीजर को एक बिग इंटीजर में कन्वर्ट कर देगा. And suppose I want to compute their GCD, so I can directly write system.out.println, and GCD is nothing but the p1 dot GCD with b0, राइट? दोनों को हमें GCD मिल जाएगा. तो देखते हैं what should be the GCD of 15 and 5. Let me, I think इसको हम ऐसे नहीं करते, इसको हम डायरेक्टली ऐसे लिख सकते. We can write it like this. This returns a big integer only. Yeah, so GCD of 15 and 5 is 5, which is correct. And let's say, let me change the number. Let's say 20 and 15. 20 and let's say 12. The number is 12. I want to compute the GCD. So you can see the GCD is 4, which is coming out to be correct. All right. So you are getting GCD, how this works. Now there is one more method, which is the next probable prime. So this automatically generates your next prime number. So I can write system.out.println. I can write, I suppose I want to see the next prime number after 20. What is the next prime number after 20? So I can write v0 dot next probable prime. So it should be 23. 20 के बाद जो number आता है prime number, that is 23. So you got the output as 23. Is it cool? I'm giving the demo on small numbers. You can do it for any big number, 100 digits, 1000 digits, million digits. All right. Okay. You can also do bitwise operations. Suppose you want to count the number of bits. Count the number of set bits in कितने set bits हैं इसमें, ठीक है? So you can write system dot out dot print ln. इसमें चेक करें. लेट्स से 12 में चेक कर लेते हैं. तो 12 में कितने सेट बिट्स होते हैं? देयर आर 2 सेट बिट्स इन 12. तो 12 है b1 डॉट bit count. Bit count is one method which counts the number of set bits. So you can see the output is 2 because in binary of 12 only 2 bits are. All right. Now using these properties, we are going to solve one problem from Spodge. Let's try to solve one problem using big integers from Spodge. Okay. So this is a relatively easier question. I think you will be able to do it. But before that, let me also show you how you can write the factorial code, right? So suppose you want to compute factorial. So you can make static one function which returns a big integer, and you can name it factorial int n. And in this function, you need to create one big integer p, which is new big integer with initialized as 1. And I'm going to multiply all numbers from 2 to n with this number, right? I plus plus, and I can say p equals to p dot multiply another big integer, which is I, which is created using I. You cannot give the I directly here, because when we multiply, we need to have two big integers. And I can also return this big integer formed. I can say return b. And this function, the main function, you can call your factorial function system dot out dot print ln factorial of 100. So it is the same output as we got in the previous C++ code. So you can see how easy it is to write a factorial function in Java using big integers. So you guys are getting the stuff? Any issues so far? Kunal, I have already. Acha. You can also, suppose you want to read a big integer, right? So what you can do is you can use this method called s equals to um, right, a big integer b equals to next sc dot next big integer. I think this is the method which reads a big integer from your console. Suppose now you give here 100 and you give b here, and now I have to make it big integer also. This is the method to read a big integer from the console. Yeah. So now this loop will be also start from this will be again a big integer, right? This you can fix. We are moving on to the problem called Julka on the Spodge. So this is a very simple question. In the question, what it says, you can go through the problem statement on your own. I'm giving you 2 minutes to go through the problem statement. Rishabh, to save time in contest, you have very less time to execute your program. To give you an edge to save time, compare time complexity. So inbuilt functions are pretty fast. It is linear in terms of your number of digits. Number of digits के proportional होगा. Yeah. Next big integer is the method I have already taught. The question says you are given a value of n. There is a girl called Julka, and it is given the number of apples is 10, and you are given a value of k, right? So you have to divide these apples into two sets such that if the first set has x apples, then the second set has x plus k apples. All right, this is the question. So you have to tell me what is the value of x and x plus k. So suppose n is 10, and k is 4. Clearly you can say the division is like this. Let's say k is 2. So one answer is 4 and the other answer is 6. because 6 plus 4 is 10 and 4 plus 2 is 6. This is a simple question. So you can say if the first girl has x apples, then the second girl has x plus k apples, and sum of these apples is equal to n. So it is basically 2x plus k equals to n. In the question you are given 10 test cases, and for every case you are given the value of n and you are given the value of k. The only thing is these values are very large. These values are very large like this, because in the constraints it is given both the numbers are of the order 10 raised to the power 100. It means number can have 100 digits which we cannot store in int or the long int. We are going to use big integer to solve this problem. Okay, so you can get the idea of old code, which is 1759. Okay, now I'm going to write one more method. I'm going to remove this one, and let's say static void compute whatever the answer is. This method takes two integers n and k and does the work for us. Going to remove this code as well, and for the spoj it is given you have to take 10 test cases. All right, so let's say big integer n, k, and answer I have. Number of test cases is given as 10, and while these test cases are greater than 0, we are going to read the value of n. So scanner sc equals to scanner from dot n and test equal to test minus 1. N equal to sc dot next big integer. We are going to read the first integer and then the second integer. K equals to sc dot next integer. Should be next big integer. And we are going to call this function compute n and k, which is going to print our answer for the given value of n and k. See, now the question is, you have to perform this computation. You have to do this thing. You are given a n and you are given a k. Let's say k is. So the equation is, first girl has x apples, second girl has x plus k apples, and total there are n apples. This becomes 2x plus 2x equals to n minus k, and x equals to n minus k by. So this computation we can do easily using the big integers, right? So first we have to subtract k from n, then we have to divide it by 2. So we will get the value of x, and the second value will be nothing but x equals to x plus k. This will be the y value, right? So I can say x is equal to nothing but n dot subtract k, then x equals to nothing but x divided by a big integer which is initialized using 2, and then I can say y is nothing but y is x plus k, y equals to x dot add k, and in the question is asking about the values of x and y. System dot out dot println y and x. All right, so let's name it as class Julka. Let me run the code for few test cases. Let's say I'm giving only one input, 10 and 2, or let's make all these inputs like this. Now let me run it. Oh, so spelling mistake, subtract. Okay, this should be big integer dot value of 2. Otherwise, we have to use the new word, right? Yeah, so you got the answer 6464. Now let's try to submit this problem on Spodge. We are using Java for the same. Yeah, so it got accepted. Right? It's my old account. So right. All right. So one last thing. You can also use Python to do the work. You can note the ID. It is 1765 for the Julka problem. 1766 also works. So we have created few problems for you guys on hacker blocks also. Yeah. So this is a contest which all the students who are joining this program have to attempt. Link will be shared you guys. This is the first assignment for after today's class which you have to attempt. Link will be shared with you guys, right? You have to sign up on hacker blocks. Everyone has to sign up on hacker blocks. Then in the all those who have enrolled will be given the link. Practice problems. Apart from it, there are questions in the practice section as well, which you can try as per your ease. Now we are going to move on to the next topic after a short break, which is the standard template library in C++. But before that, I'm going to show you the Python code as well, which is pretty easy to write. You can also use Python to work with problems involving big integers. Yeah, I think you have, but some of the contests restrict you from using Python. But suppose you want to define one function called factorial, which computes, let's say here answer equals to 1 for, let's say, I in range 1 to n. I want to do this thing, answer equals to answer into I, and I do print answer. That's the simple factorial function in Python, and I can call fact 100, and there won't be a semicolon here. Let's run it. So you can see you got the output. This is same as the C++ code which we have done. So very short, very quick. Sometimes what happens is Python is little slow, so it might not get accepted, but for most of the contests, Python will also work. We are going to cover this course in C++ because it is the most preferred language for competitive coding. Most programmers use C or C++ because it is closer to the hardware and more efficient, right? So for those people who are going to do this course in Java, they can use Java collections framework. But we will teach you today the C++ framework for all the data structures that are there, right? So when we continue maths in the next class, we will talk about binomial coefficients, Catalan numbers, applications of Catalan numbers, then your linear matrix exponentiation, some problems, pigeonhole principle. We will discuss inclusion exclusion principle, one of the hardest problems from CodeChef long challenge, Reja and LCM. This we will discuss, and we will also talk about mathematical expectation in the next class, right? So we are now moving to the second half of our session. All right, we will talk about other topics as well, number theory and all that stuff, the next two classes. So I am handing over the control to Deepak Bhaiya, who will join you. आ जाना मिलवा दूं. So Deepak Bhaiya is here. He is going to teach you the C++ standard template library. All right. Okay, we will have a short break of around 7-8 minutes, right? We will have a short break of around 8-10 minutes. We will start at 9:03, right? There is a 10-minute break. Okay, there is a 10-minute break to bring food. So Rajat, all the problems that you need to solve, here I'm going to share the link.
So, hello friends, a very happy Dashera. So, today we are going to learn in the session STL. So, there's a saying called why reinvent the wheel when you don't have to. So, what is STL? Let us understand that. So, STL is standard template library. Standard, standard, as we all know that for an example we have standard for everything, standard for weights, standard for electric plugs. Similarly, there is an ISO standard for C++ as well. So it means that if a C++ program is standardized, then I can make sure that it is available on all the standard compliant compilers. For an example, for an example for example I have STL. So standard template library is basically a group of files that is available on the standard compliant compilers. It is standard because ISO tells every compiler maker that it should be given with all the compilers. Template because it is a templated one. We learn how to make our own templated class, our own templated function. And library because it's a collection of library. Every language has its own STL. In Java, we have a JCF, which is Java Collection Framework. So STL is a large piece of code that every compiler must supply so that every programmer can rely on it. As somebody was asking, like, why can't we use Boost? So Boost is not a standard library. It might be that you have installed Boost on your computer, the other person haven't installed Boost on his computer. So the code will compile, the code will run on your computer, but might not run on the other person's computer. That is why we cannot use a Boost in programming competitions because it is not available on every PC. Now, what does a computer deal with? A computer deals with data, algorithm, and data structures or containers. So, let us see how data and algorithms are bound together. For an example, I have a function. So let's say I have a function which takes an array and prints the data. So the input is an array and printing the array is the algorithm. So array, the data and algorithm are bound in such a way that you cannot use data of one type function created for data of one type to another. What I mean to say, I'll show you by example. So for example, let me write a function called print, void print array It takes an integer array and it just simply prints it. I creates an array and it will definitely run. There is such a trivial program. So 1, 2, 3 has been printed. But suppose I want to write this character array and now I try to compile this program, it will give me an error. Compilation failed with exit code 1. Why? Because this data is bound with this integer. So print array, the functionality of printing an array should not rely upon whether it's an integer array or whether it's a character array. Printing means koi bhi array ho, we have to print it, be it a character array, be it an integer array. So we can make it free from such kind of foundation using templates. So I will not define a function, rather I will define a template through which a function can be generated. So to do that, I will write the keyword template and say I will write t, where t represents a type. So abhi we will not print array of integer type, we are going to print an array of t type. Now n is the number of a number of elements in the array, so it has to be an integer. So now if I run this program on for character array, it will get compiled, ABC will be printed. Now if I try to run this program on integer, the same code runs for the same function now runs for the integer array as well. So I hope this makes a sense, because printing an array and the data type should not be bound together. Algorithm is separate and the data type is separate. So using template, we have seen how we can separate data and the algorithm. Hope this makes things clear to you. So we have understood generic programming using templates. So now I shall say templates allow us to use same functions over different data types. Or I can say functions are general. The second case is data and container. So what containers actually are, as we say, an array. So an array can hold, an array contains elements, a list contain nodes, a hash map contains key value pair. Am I right? So all these data structures are containers because they contain data. So instead of data structures, I will use the word container. And if we think, um, if we think for a while, we will understand that data and container are also bound. How? I'll show you through an example. Say I want to make an integer array. So how will I make it? Or I should say, let us make a stack. I hope everyone understands stack. A stack of a stack is a data structure on which you can insert from a top and you can delete from top. Only top operation is permitted. So in reality, there is no concept of stack. You will never find a stack. You will always find a stack of books, a stack of plates, a stack of cache nodes. So the stack property is similar for plates, for books, for cache nodes. The container and data are also separate in logical terms, but because of this foundation, because of computer foundation, we are not able to perceive that perceive that logical indifference with with our computer code. So how we will achieve that differentiation, that containers and data are separate in one term? I am going to show you that. So say I make a stack S. So stack is a predefined library in C++. To use that, I will include stack header. Now stack S says S is a stack. So stack doesn't exist in the world. So I have to say stack of integers. So using this parameter, I am telling computer ki create a stack of integers. If I write stack char, then stack of character is introduced. So just by mentioning these templated parameters, I am able to have the same data structures for different kind of data. So this way we achieve uh, independence among data and the container. So containers can be classified into three parts: sequential, associative, and adapters. So sequential containers. Sequential containers are those containers in which the sequence matters. The data are stored in a particular sequence or the position matters. So can you give any example of sequence containers, sequential containers? So you guys are advised to participate in the discussion. Any idea what sequential containers could be? What else after arrays? Oh, vector. Yeah, great. Other than vector and arrays? Map. Okay. So we have few answers. Somebody says array, somebody say vector. So vector is nothing but a array like object. Sequence matters. The other one is list. The sequence matters. If if I insert C, it might get inserted at C, it might get inserted before A. So sequence matters. Forward list is another type of list in C++. Deck is a doubly linked list. Oh, sorry. It's a queue, a doubly ended queue. Array is nothing but a simple array. Now the other one is associative container, in which the user doesn't know where the data is inserted, but the data is somewhat associated with itself. So somebody said that map is a sequential container. Map cannot be a sequential container because key and value are bound. You don't know where this pair will go. It just simply goes into the map and get position of itself there. So data is somehow associated with itself in associative containers. Position does not matter. In a map, if I insert, say, i- if I say I insert, if I insert a comma m, then It might get inserted anywhere irrespective of the position. Whenever I say I require the value which is corresponding to A, the map is going to return that value to me. So I cannot refer any data using any location. I have to refer using data. Only that way I can use a map. Same goes with multi-map, set, multi-set, unordered map and unordered set. So these are the containers in which you don't have the concept of indices. You cannot say, yeah, give me this data at this particular location, because you don't know what the location actually is. The other one are adapters. Adapters are not containers, but they sit on already existing containers and restrict their functionalities. For example, queue. A queue cannot be, a queue is just a concept. When an queue restriction is implemented or is posed over an array behaves like a queue. When stack restrictions are imposed on an array, the array start behaving as a stack. So we can say that adapters are not containers, but they get imposed on already existing containers so that container could behave like an adapter. I hope this makes things clear. So they are pure concepts. For an example, stack, queue, and priority queue. So these are few data structures. These are the data structures that are provided by the STL to the user. Algorithm plus container. Now let us try to write a function, try to write an algorithm of finding an element in an array. Or let me take a simpler example. Um, Before that, let me introduce the concept of iterator to you. Suppose I have an array, and let us take a simple example, print array. So I'm not writing the function, array will be printed. And I will create an array and I will say print it. That's all. And it will work superbly. Now what? If I say I want to make write a function that prints the container. So instead of printing an array, I want to print a container. For an example, I want a function. If I give that function a list, the list will be printed. If I give that function a array, an array will be printed. So the algorithm of printing container is same, but the container itself is changing. So how can we achieve generality over this concept? Are you getting what I'm trying to express? That earlier cases the data and algorithm were bound, now the container and algorithm bound. The container here is an array or list, and the uh, algorithm is the printing of that container. So we can achieve this generality by seeing a concept that there are no containers at all. So we are going to eliminate the concept of containers from our mind, and we are going to use the concept of ranges. So there is no container for us, there are only ranges. So I will not say ki print array, I will say print anything that lies between begin to end. So that beginning could be beginning of an array. That beginning could be beginning of a list, that beginning could be a beginning of a map. So that beginning, we don't know what the beginning is, but we know that we have to print data from beginning to end. I hope this is making sense to you people. So this is achieved, the concept of this range is achieved using a very powerful mechanism called iterator. So iterator is pure concept. So iterator is pure concept. So I say you have to print from beginning to end. In C++, we have concept of ranges using this mechanism. The beginning element is included and the end element is not included in the range. So if I say print the element between beginning to end, so basically I am going to print these 6 elements and not the last one. So if I give I will say ki 0, say if I want print elements from 0 to 5 both inclusive, I have to give range as 0 to 6. I hope. Okay, so this is something, a factual sort of thing. Secondly, a pointer to an array would be an iterator. So just think of a logical pointer. You have been you are standing here and your friend is standing here, not here but here, and you say I will move one step ahead and I will print the data. Okay, so you come here, you print the data. You come here, you print the data. You come here, print the data. Come here, print, and so on. So you just know that you will stand on some position and print the data and move ahead. So this moving ahead should be implemented by an iterator. So anything that implements such functionality that it can stand on a container, access the data and prints it, or just access the data and do whatever it wants to, then we call that concept an iterator. So anything like an iterator is an iterator. I hope this is clear. So we have few categories of iterator. This will help you understand it really well. Input iterator. Input iterator are those iterators using which you can only read the data. Using which you can only read the data. So tell me an instance, tell me a device where you can only read and you cannot write on that device. Just tell me. What kind of device you can only read from and cannot write to? String is not a device. Just think in terms of device first, then I will move it to the container. Okay, what about keyboard? Can you write on a keyboard? I think no. So we can only read from keyboard. So any iterator that is attached to your keyboard will be an input iterator because it can only read the data and move ahead. Read the data and move ahead. Same goes with the output iterator. So device with which you can associate an output iterator is monitor. Absolutely perfect, Pranit. So monitor पे सिर्फ we can only print the data. So these two, so input we can read the data, output we can print the data and move ahead. If we can read the data and print the data simultaneously on a single device, then we call it as a forward iterator. Any example of a forward iterator? Forward iterator. So list, so file, your doc file, word file, all these are files through which you can read, through which you can write. So forward iterators are those iterators which allow you to write on a container and read on a container in a forward direction. So if I say So say I have a container, I can read from him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So say I can read one, then I can move ahead. I can move ahead. I will read 2, then I can move ahead. So move ahead means I can perform this plus plus operation. Now I can write 3 here. So this this pointer is nothing but an iterator. So if I can do this only in forward direction, I will call it as a forward iterator. If I can do this in both direction, I will call it as a bidirectional iterator. So I want you to tell me which containers will have only forward iterator. Which container will have only forward iterator? Any guesses? Correct. So Akhil is absolutely correct. If linked list will have only forward iterator. Okay. If the linked list is a uh, doubly linked list, then that same list will have a bidirectional iterator. So just tell me what could of iterator will arrays have? Arrays के पास कैसे iterators होंगे? Forward और bidirectional? So I want to answer for vector. I want to answer for arrays iterators to an array. कैसे arrays के पास iterators होंगे? Both. So both means I hope you guys are getting absolutely right. Somebody is saying both. So I can say if a iterator is a bidirectional iterator, so bidirectional iterator is a superset of forward iterator. If an iterator is an input iterator and output, so forward iterator is by default an input iterator and output iterator. So if an iterator is forward, I can say that it satisfies the properties of being an input iterator. If a iterator is a bidirectional iterator, then it satisfies the properties of a forward iterator. And then we have the last kind of iterator, that is a random access iterator. So random access iterator can take jumps. So if I'm at position 0 and I say ki move to the position 5, then I can move to position 5 only and only if it's a random access iterator. Otherwise, I have to go to the 5 one by one. I cannot jump. So arrays, vectors, and these kind of objects have random access iterators. Linked lists, maps, sets have bidirectional iterators, and we'll see forward iterators. So why I'm telling you all this stuff, because this really helps you to use STL. So I am going to tell you two websites using which you are going to learn STL on your own. So let us move to websites. One is c++.com, the other one is cppreference.com. So I hope this website, you people are able to look at the website. There is a section called information, skills, reference, articles and forum. So we will always go to the reference section. So reference section, we have this grouping of logical grouping of the concepts. So say I want to use a function binary search. So that function is defined in the class algorithm, and I will say I have to search for binary binary search. So now binary search requires a forward iterator, it requires a forward iterator last, and it requires a value that should be searched. So now tell me, is vectors a suitable container for binary search? Is linked list the suitable search for a suitable container for binary search? The answer in both the cases is yes, because binary search require forward iterators, and lists and vectors both have forward iterators. And if you want to look at on average logarithmic in distance between first and last, on non-random iterators the complexity is n, and on a random access iterators the complexity is logarithmic, as we know that binary search can only happen on arrays in log n if we can have jumps, if we can if we are able to find the middle element. So let's learn by doing. We'll write a function to remove element from an array. So given an array, you have to remove element from an array. Say you have an array. Say I want to remove all the elements that are smaller than n. All the elements that are smaller than say 20. Okay. So either I can write a for loop or I can use STL. So I will go here, I will check on algorithm, and I will try to see key is there function. Do we have a function called remove? Oh yeah, remove value from a range, remove elements from a range. So we have to remove all the elements that are in the range. We'll click this remove if. So we require at least forward iterator. So if an iterator is a forward iterator, bingo, we can use this remove if operator, remove if function. And here it is written that we require a unary predicate pretty. So what it is, unary predicate is basically a simple function that will take an element and will return a value convertible to bool. So what I mean by this, I'll explain it. So I want to remove all the elements that are smaller than 20. How can I achieve that? I will say remove all the elements that are smaller than 20. So how remove if function is going to understand our language, we have to pass a function that will tell our uh, that that will tell remove if ki these are the potential candidates to be removed. So we are going to write a predicate. It accepts one element and returns yes or no. Yes if the element is to be removed, no if the element should not be removed. Okay. So I am going to tell it this way. Remove all the elements within the range array to array plus n using the function say say foo, or foo is not good, we'll take remove bad elements, or I should say is is be removed. So is to be removed is a function which we'll define. So is to be removed, it accepts a number, it's accept an integer because our container contains integers. Array is our container of integers. And if n is less than equal to 20, we will say just remove it, or otherwise don't remove it. I hope this is clear. So is to be removed is called as a predicate because it's called a predicate because it returns a boolean value. It is unary predicate because it accepts only one argument. If if it accepts two arguments, we will call it as a binary predicate, which we will look. And now I will try to print the array. Yes, remove is not defined because we have not included algorithm there. Try to run. And now it is waiting for the input. So I will enter 5 elements 20, 12, 99, 14 and see 99. 99 is the only element, rest all are removed. They all are being shown because we have run our loop 5 times. So the actual element is just 9. If because I know that there are 4 elements that are less than 99, so I should just print it to 1. If I just print one element, I will have 99. Okay. So remove if doesn't modify the size of the array. It just removes the elements from beginning to end. This way we can remove elements. So I hope the, the reason to discuss this function is explain the concept of unary predicate. Now reverse copy. Suppose you have an array and you want to copy it to another array. So how you can achieve this? This time we will not take arrays, we will take vectors. Have a vector. At Praneeth, see Praneeth, elements were deleted. That is why initially we had 2, 20, 99, 14, etc. and say 7. So elements were deleted, 2 was deleted, 20 was deleted, and 99 came here. 14 was deleted, 7 was deleted. So these 4 elements were deleted, and in the array we printed from 0 to 5. But in practice, in actual, the right practice should be we should only print the all the elements that were there in the array. The array there was just 99, but we printed the array from 0 to 5. So that was our mistake. So remove function push deleted, or I should say it overwrite the elements that were smaller than 22. So in computer we cannot have delete operation. So we always overwrite the things. That is why you you tend to observe 20, 19, and 14 and 7. So 2 was overwritten by 99, and 20, 99, 14 and 7 were untouched. I hope Now it is clear. uh, you need not to know that, because in vectors and every other stuff, remove if or we have another operations like erase and other functions, which will actually remove the element and will decrease the size of the container. Remove if doesn't modify the size of the container. This you will get by reading the documentation that from the sites which I have told you. See, you will get used to all this kind of thing once you practice 2 or 3 questions. I'll show you. See, the function cannot alter the properties of the object containing the range of elements. So this is just I took this example to discuss the functioning of a unary predicate. So you should not use, means I'm not telling you should always use this function to remove an element. We'll see other function as well. The purpose of the question was, did you understand how to use a predicate? So let us move to another question. This will make things more clear. The question is, you have been given an array and you have to copy it to an another array, but in reverse order. So when I say array, I will use it interchangeably for vector. So how can I achieve this? Either I can write my own function, my own for loop, or I can simply use STL for this purpose. So for that I need to know which function perform this job. So I will go here and reverse copy. Yeah, so I can see one function. These functions are those functions which are used extensively. So I know these functions. When you get used to all such kind of things, you will also learn all these functions. So first, last, and result. So first and the last is the range that need to be copied, and it should be stored in result. So I will have a vector of, say, characters. I will show 10. I'll input 10 characters. And then I will copy it to another vector. First copy, start from v dot begin. V dot begin gives you the iterator to the start of the vector v. V dot end, I have to copy the whole range. These two are the iterators provided by a vector class, and I have to copy it to the beginning of v2. And then I will print it. I will input 10 characters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Will run it. See, without any error, we reverse the array. Now v2 contains A, B, C, D, and so on in the reverse order. So this way STL can help us write very efficient codes in very less typing. And now I think this the concept of iterators, predicates is clear with you. Now we'll try some spot questions. But before that, I want to specifically mention this next permutation, and I want to show how this works. So next permutation basically gives you the next lexicographically greater permutation of the current sequence. So say I have a vector of integers. Say I have 5 elements. So b0, say, or I will input. And now I ask ki just permute, just find the next permutation of the given array. So I will call next permutation. There is no container for algorithm, there is just ranges. So permutation of the elements between the range begin to end, and so it requires bidirectional iterator. Vector, yes, they do have bidirectional iterator, and I have to just supply first and the last range. So, and now I will try to print the vector. So if the vector contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what is the next possible permutation? What is the next possible permutation? So next possible permutation, Tulsi, yes, vector can be deleted using the clear function. 2, 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Kunal is absolutely right. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4 is the next lexicographically greater permutation, because if I arrange this in dictionary order, so 1, 2, 3, then 5 will come and then 4 will come. So I will run it, and bingo, without any backtracking or any recursion, I can have a I have the next permutation of the given array. So I can have permutation of integers, permutation of characters, permutation of strings, whatever I want, just by using this simple function. So very powerful function. We'll use these functions for solving n queen problem as well. The second thing is I want to emphasize is, like, telling you people that a vector is having a bidirectional random access iterator, and linked list is having a bidirectional iterator. So how would you come to know the container consists of which kind of iterator? So for an example, I want to know the iterator for list. So I will just click on the list. The so in this is the list header. Inside header I have a class called list. So list is the class, and this angle bracket list, angle bracket is the header. So inside list I will go on iterator. Every container class page has this kind of a table called member types, and in iterator I will just look a bidirectional iterator. So I can make sure that list is having a bidirectional iterator. So in C++ STL, list is implemented using a doubly linked list. So priority queue is nothing but a heap-like structure where you can access an element based on some priority. So the queue header contains two classes, queue and priority queue. So we will look into how priority queue is formed. So I want a priority queue of say integers for now of integers, and I will name it PQ. I will insert two elements PQ dot what is the function of insert? I'll go down push. So push inserts a new element. PQ dot push say 2, PQ dot push say 3. And let's see whether this priority queue is a min priority queue or max priority queue. So it's a min heap or max heap. I don't know. So let us try pushing seeing the top element. So if 2 is printed, then I can make sure that the priority queue PQ is nothing but a min heap. The minimum element has higher priority. If if 3 is printed, then the default priority queue is a max heap. Now I have to import STL libraries again and again. So what can I do? Instead of doing all this stuff, I can import one library which contain the list of all the standard library. This is called std slash sorry bits slash std c++.h. So this is a standard header that contain list of all the STL libraries, and this is most oftenly used by competitive programmers. So I recommend you using this only for competitive programming purpose, not for project development. And now I will compile it and see I got 3 as the output. So the default priority queue is a max heap. What if I want to make this priority queue as a min heap? So I will look into the constructor, or before that it says that class priority queue is a templated class with t container and a comparator. So T is the type of element it is going to store. Container is the type of container which is going to use, because priority queue is a adapter. It's not a container in actual. And compare is a binary predicate that take two elements of the type T and returns a bool. So I am saying store integers using vector of integers and a comparator. So it will take two integers a and b and will return and will tell ki that element should appear before uh, uh, if this is a container, this is a vector and it stores 2 3 4 5 6. So which element is removed? The obviously in a priority queue or in a heap the last element is removed. So if 6 is at the last, I will say 6 has the higher priority. So if the vector would have been, if the lower element is having the higher priority, it will appear at the later point of time, or at the later index. If it has a smaller priority, it will appear at a higher at lower index, means 0 1 2, something like that. So I will say if a, now which should appear before. So I will say if a has higher priority, then a should appear after b. Am I correct? So I can say if a is less than b, means smaller element is having higher priority. I want that because right now higher elements have small higher priority. So if a is less than b, then return false, otherwise return true. If A has higher priority, then A should appear after B. Comparator returns the answer of this particular thing. This is the answer that our comparator function answers always. So should A appears before B? No, A should not appears before B if A is less than B. So this way we have written a comparator, and now if I try to compile this program, this will not compile. The program will give me a compilation error. This is very important to note because the priority queue says I want a class compare and I don't want a function compare. So if I want to make a class that contains such kind of comparator, I am going to encapsulate this class in a structure. So this is something we have to memorize. So struct, and I will name it say comparator, and inside this comparator class I can give it any name, comparator xyz deepak coding blocks, whatever I want, and I have to overload bracket operator. The operator that should be overloaded has to be this bracket operator, otherwise it will not work. So now the comparator, earlier the comparator was a function, now the same comparator using structure has become a class. I hope this is clear. And now this program will compile and answer is 2. So we have used STL to customize the max heap into min heap using this comparator function. So comparator gives us the flexibility to work on algorithms differently for different kind of data. So I think that's all theory. Now let us solve few questions on Spoj. So let us solve this question. And I want everyone to participate. You can use our IDE. The link is codingblocks.com/IDE. So the problem is there are students sitting in a class and a teacher. So Don and his friends has some sort of code word to describe girls who pass towards their class. So if Anita pass, somebody says, dude, 5-2 is going. So I can say the somebody is asking us that why we use struct. Can we use class? Yes, we can use classes. It's one and the same thing. The only difference is if I use class here, so I have to make this method public. That's the whole point. If I run this, this will perfectly work. There is no difference. The struct has all the members by default public. The class has all the members by default private. So both are correct. So we can, it's like our taste, which one will we prefer. So the code for Anita is 5-2, the code for Chitra is 6-4, and code for Divya is 1-6. Now the input of the program is, we will be given code and the person. So 5-2 is the code for Anita, 6-4 is the code for Yamuna, 6-4 is then code for Chitra. So 6-4 Yamuna and then Chitra. So we will say that the latest code, that the latest girl corresponding the code 6-4 is Chitra. So the answer is Chitra. Then Divya teacher and so on. So once this input is done, we will be given few queries and we have to tell corresponding to this particular code what is the girl, name of the girl which we have to tell. So what could be the approach to solve this problem? I want few inputs from your side. I Keshav, absolutely perfect. So the logic is we want write our own. How I'm a map of what I want. So code is not have. I will this pair of in a new. If I say type def type a new type pair of has been given a new called II. So if I am I audible? So if I say int new name and I want to write new name x. So this is same as writing int x. So now pair of intent is defined as II in our code. Am I audible? So I want a map of code which is a pair of integer and I want to map this code with a string. So this is my table. So now these are the n codes that will be given to me. So for int I equals to 0, I less than n plus plus I will have a pair called code. So code dot first I'm going to input and code dot second. So first and second are the public data members of the class pair. So I know this thing, hence I used it. If you don't know, you can always ask it on Slack and we can discuss such issues there. So this is something you need to learn. And then I will have the name. So let us create one more string called name. So I have the code for the girls, I have their name, and now I will map it. So table of code is equal to name. So I basically inputted that code. So for 4 2 I have Chitra now. So now I input the entry. I recorded the entry. So code name pair recorded. Great. Now I will be given few queries. So int few queries have been there. Now for every query I have to answer the name of the person. So I have done this part. I have done this part. I have input this. Now I will be given -2 and 0, and corresponding to that I have to input teacher. See, this type def has is really handy for competitive programmers because it really saves a lot of typing. So I will always recommend giving new names to the already existing types using type def. So if you are not used to, please start using type def a lot. This will really help you in the future. So I will accept a code dot first code dot second. So code has been read, and now I will simply output. I will simply output the name table, the name corresponding to the code will be output. And there we go. This completes the code. So let us try to run it on the given input. I have pasted the input. Now I will run it. Teacher and Chitra. And the expected output is, it is teacher and Chitra. So we have solved a Spoj classical problem using few lines of code because we are able to efficiently use STL. So STL is a must for all the competitive programmers, and I will simply copy this code and paste it on the Spoj to see if it works or not. So we got it accepted in the first attempt. So that's really desirable for a competitive programmer. So we are able to do this because we use STL, and STL guarantees efficiency. It guarantees the correctness. So always prefer using such kind of containers. Master these containers. We'll give you a lot of practice material to master these kind of containers. And let us try another problem. The glittering caves of Aglaron. Let us try to solve it. So in this problem, you will be given say I give you 2 2 1, so you will be given a pattern of 2 cross 2, and a dot represents these all these dot and these star are nothing but bulbs. And this is, I will say, row 1, this is row 2. So I have a switch connected with row 1. I have a switch connected with row 1, row 2. So each row has one switch. So I have to uh, and I have one chance, or I can at the I have to use um, one toggling of a switch so that I can have maximum number of switches on, maximum number of bulbs on. So is it possible to, and currently I am having two bulbs that are switched on. So if I toggle this button, which is right now off, then these two buttons, these two bulbs will be switched on, and the total number of bulbs that are switched on are 4. So let me take one more example. Say I have input 3, 4, and the maximum number of available attempts are 2. 1. So which rows should I select so that I can have maximum number of bulbs switched on? The constraint is I have to use these 2 attempts. It means I have to toggle twice. I have to toggle uh, uh, 2 switches, exactly 2 switches, plus no. So if I choose this row, and so the state after toggling the switch would be this. Definitely I'm not going to toggle this row because all are already on, and if I toggle this, the state would be this, right? So the maximum number of bulbs that I can achieve remaining switched on is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 is the answer for this particular case. So how can I do this question? Any suggestion? Given a configuration to 1, you have to output the number of maximum bulbs that can be switched on. The constraint is you have to use these many attempts. Okay, I will explain the question once again. See, I have been given a configuration, say 2, 2, 1. So it means there is a matrix of 2 cross 2. This is row 1, this is row 2. Each row has a bulb, has a switch associated with it. So if I have dot, it means that the bulb is switched off. If I have star, it means that the bulb is switched on. So if I toggle this switch, what will happen? These bulbs will start glowing, this one and this one. And if I toggle this switch, these bulbs will stop glowing. So in once the number of attempts I can make is exactly 1. So I have to toggle exactly one switch and achieve such a state that I have maximum number of bulbs glowing. So once I toggle this row, I will have this configuration. Am I clear now? And so I have 2 glowing in the row 1, I have 2 glowing in the row 4, row second, so I have total 4 bulbs. Now take another case. Take this case. So I hope the question is clear. So if the configuration is this, and you have 3 attempts, so which or I should say you have, yes, 3 attempts. So which bulb you will use, which rows will you swap? This one and this one. After toggling all these switches, you will have this state. and the total number of bulbs that will be glowing is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8 bulbs, right? If the question was you have only 2 attempts, so I will choose this and this row. If you have 4 attempts, you have to use 4 attempts. So I will toggle this, I will toggle this, I will toggle this twice. So in the fourth, if I have 4 attempts, I will toggle this once, I will toggle this once, I will toggle this twice. So the state would have been like this. And I will have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10 glowing bulbs. So I think priority queue would be an overkill for this problem. We can think a little bit simple. So Saurabh, this is the last question. Once we after this we will wind up. So let us complete this question. So one very obvious strategy would be this. Very interesting strategy. So listen very carefully. See, I will be having, say this is the state and I have say 2 attempts. So what I'm going to do, I am going to have an array, and in this array I will store that the number of bulbs that are glowing initially in each row. So initially in row 0, 2 bulbs are glowing, in row 1 0 bulbs are glowing. Am I right? So now choose that row which is having the lowest glowing bulbs. So the lowest glowing bulbs are there in this row. So I will choose this row and I will toggle this. So I will switch, the switch was off, I will toggle it, I will switch on. So now I have 2 bulbs. Now I will select that row which is having the lowest number of bulbs glowing. So now I have equal number of bulbs glowing. So I can choose any row, say I choose first, and I will toggle it, I will have 0, and the final answer would be the number of bulbs that are glowing in this particular array. So the total numbers are 0 plus 2 is 2. So 2 are the number of bulbs. Yes, we can toggle the same row twice. We have no issue. So in this problem, we can toggle this twice and we can achieve the original configuration there. So let us try to code this problem. How we can code this problem efficiently? I hope the solution is clear. We will have an array maintained in which we will keep the number of bulbs glowing, and then we will apply a little bit of sorting. So you will get to understand the solution once I start coding. So the input format is 2, and I will be given 2 configurations. So int say test cases, I will have test cases. So for each test case I have to do something. So now I will think about test case. So I will get an m, n, and say I will get a k. So I will get number of rows, columns, and number of attempts that I will be having. So now I will have a vector of integers original, or I will say bulbs lit, and there are m rows with, and initially everything is 0. So now this statement basically created an array of m size with all elements set to 0. Now I will start reading the configuration, or I can say the matrix for I should not take it I because I have already used for row I will take a I will have a I have to make a matrix. It is given that I cannot have a matrix greater than 50-50. So let us have a character matrix. Character matrix say 55-50. It's always better have a matrix uh, greater than this given size. So the size here mentioned is that n and m cannot exceed 50. So I have taken 55-55. So seen a matrix RC if matrix RC is equal to a star, it means the bulb in that particular row is lit. I will simply plus I will bulb lit in the particular row. And now at this point I have all the bulbs lit up. So bulb lit contain all the bulbs corresponding to a row. I think this makes little sense. So now I have to pick that bulb which is having the lowest number of lit bulbs. So I have to sort it in descending order. Why? See what I am going to have. I will have something like this. If row 1 contains say 3 bulbs, row 2 contains say 5 lit bulbs, row 3 contains 1 and row 4 contains say 2. So I have to toggle these two rows. So I have to choose then first 1, 2, 3, 5. So if there are 3 attempts, I will try to toggle this and then this, right? So I have to basically arrange these numbers in a descending order. So how I'm going to do it? Sort the vector in descending order. Now this will basically sort in ascending order. If I have to sort in descending order, I have to give a comparator this time, the comparator function. So we have an inbuilt function called less integers, which is going to toggle the means earlier it was being sorted in ascending order using less function. We are going to sort it in a descending order. You can read about less after the webinar. Now the bulbs have been sorted. Now I have k attempts. So while k is greater than 0, so basically what I have to check if I have any attempt left. For any left attempt, toggle a possible row, right? So I will choose the first row. So I will choose the ith row. Bulb lit. Now I have the number of bulbs lit in the ith row. After toggling, the number of bulbs that will be lit is n minus bulbs lit. So this is after toggling. पहले 3 बल्ब थे मेरी रो के अंदर जो ऑन थे और 2 बल्ब ऑफ थे. टॉगल कर दिया, 2 बल्ब ऑन रह जाएंगे, 3 ऑफ हो जाएंगे. सो आफ्टर टॉगलिंग दिस, राइट, ग्रेट. एक अटेम्प्ट यूज हो चुका है, 1 अटेम्प्ट हैज बीन कंज्यूम, द रो हैज बीन टेकन. We will see, Akhil, how one time sorting, that is why we have joined coding blocks. So we'll see that, no issue. So while k is greater than 0, now one thing I would recommend you people, what I have observed in many students, that they never check for the indices. I cannot say if my number of rows are 3, if my number of rows are 3 and k is say 300, I have to use 300 attempts on 3 rows. So there would be a point when there would be a point, this index would be 4, 5, 299, 298 and so on, right? So I should always make sure that this index is always correct, is always a valid index. So while k is greater than 0 and what and index should be less than number of rows and one more corner case is there. Say I have achieved this state. Say for now if I try to toggle and I am on this particular, my k is on this particular row. So shall I toggle this or not? If I toggle this, the number of glowing bulbs will reduce. So the right answer is, if I have to toggle, means there is no other option, I should toggle this row rather than this one. So if I don't have any, if I cannot have a better answer by toggling, I will stop toggling the rows, right? So, and number of bulbs remaining should be greater than already. You just try to think it later on, you will get why I have written this statement. This requires a little bit of thinking. Now at this point, either I have now at this point I have achieved the possible best. So if my k is not 0, if k is not 0, this means I have still attempts left, right? So now attempts are left. So which is the best possible choice at this particular condition to toggle? If my k is even, then it means toggling will nullify, so I don't have to take it into consideration. But if n is odd, it means I have to at least toggle one row mandatorily. So I will toggle that row which is having the lowest number of bulbs lit. Am I correct? So uh, I have to find the minimum element among the rows. The minimum number of, I want to find the row which is having the lowest number of lit bulbs. So this will give me the position of the lowest element corresponding to the, means this will give me the position of the element that is the lowest in the vector. So position, the pointer to such a element, that is the iterator to such an element. So iterator to a vector can be, so I want something like this. So I don't know the data type of it is an iterator to a vector. So its iterator is basically vector of int का iterator. So an iterator to vector of int. In C++11, I can save myself by writing all this stuff by using the keyword called auto it. This can be used only during initialization. This auto keyword automatically infers the meaning of the RHS, uh, meaning of RHS. So these both are equivalent. So I now it points to the lowest element in the vector, and basically I will toggle it. So if k is not, So now so now the state is something like this. So three bulbs, say five bulbs, say two bulbs. So my iterator is pointing to two. Now I will toggle if it is if it is odd. So if k is 1, I will toggle it. If it is k is 2, I will toggle it twice and it will achieve the original state. So if I toggle a bottle twice, so the bottle is the same position. That is the same here also. So it if k is not equal to 0 and k is odd, only then I am going to do this. A mod going update this position value at that point. Value at that position is nothing but n minus value at that position. Hope this is clear. It is a pointer, so value at that pointer is nothing but n minus value at that pointer. So initially if it was true, if initially if 2 and n is say 5, n is say 5, what I am going to do, 5 minus 2 is 3. Now 3 bulbs are lit, right? Initially it was 2, 5 minus 2, value at that location, this location is updated to 3. This is the logical way I'm telling. And once this is done, now I just have to return the sum of all the bulbs lit. So I will simply return sum. So accumulate the whole vector okay. Is it clear? I cannot return, sorry. We are dealing with I will recommend not using Endel and use this because Endel makes cout scene really slow. And I hope this is clear. You can read about accumulate, and if you don't get this, we can study in the next class. So I will run it. So it successfully compiles without any compilation error, and now I will try it on this problem. The expected output is 4.2. And yes, we are getting 4.2. So I hope this question is clear to everyone, and we will try to submit it. And we will try to submit it on the Poj website. It says compilation error because say so. So yes, it has successfully compiled, and I hope the solution is absolutely correct. We'll send you the codes because I have updated the link, so I don't have the code right now. I will send you by tomorrow noon, so don't worry about the codes. You will get it in a very organized way. And yes, bingo, we have solved this problem in 0 seconds just by using STL. So no sorting function. No sorting functions written by me, no finding the sum of an array, all by using STL. I think this is one of the best question that gives you a deep insight to the STL. I want to discuss one more problem with you, but because of shortage of time, I'm not discussing it with you. I hope this webinar has been beneficial to you. Please provide your feedbacks. I will post the link for feedback on Slack as well. So thank you so much for being with us. Very happy Dashera, and see you in the next class. Okay, thank you so much. So Pratik Bhaiya, I want to say something. Thank you so much, guys.
Was I hope you all liked today's webinar. So to share it, like it, and all those who have joined the course, I will see you in the next class very soon on 5th of October. And there is an assignment for you guys which I have already shared on Hacker Blogs for the first class. I will add more questions to it as well. The link is cb.lk/ contest slash CWC1. This is the assignment. You have to try questions. Apart from it, we will share the notes on the Slack. All right. Thank you guys. Good night. Take care. We will see you soon. And please be active on Slack. We are there to help you out and teach you guys new stuff, exciting stuff. So today's class, I would rate today's level to be easy. The next class would be more difficult with challenging questions, right? This was just the revision class. Now the actual bootcamp will start from the next class. All right. Yeah. शुभ रात्रि, धन्यवाद. मिलते हैं आपको 5 तारीख को, right? Bye bye. Links will be provided, don't worry. Hi, so in this video we are going to talk about very frustrating error that coders get: time limit exceeded. So we are going to tell you why this happens and how an online judge works and what are the tricks you can use to avoid TLE in your codes. So let's get started. So in this video we are going to talk about 3 things: how an online judge works, why do we get a TLE, and how we can avoid TLE by some tricks, right? So let us get started. The first thing is, it is very important to understand the working of an online judge. So there are a lot of online judges like CodeChef, HackerBlocks, HackerRank, HackerEarth. So all of them have a particular system of evaluating submissions. So what happens is, let us say that there is a judge and it is accepting a submission for a given problem. So suppose you're giving it a submission S, and for this submission the judge has some input and some output files already with it, right? So what it does is, judge gives the submission to the processor. So the submission goes to the processor, and this processor has some processing limits. Suppose in 1 second it can perform up to 10 power 8 operations. So this limit is generally fixed for most of the online judges, and in 1 second it is capable of performing 10 power 8 operations. So what happens is, when the submission goes to the processor, right? So your program executes and it gets the input and it generates some output. Let's call it O, and let's call it O dash. And your judge tries to match. If the given output matches with the actual output, right? So if it is matches, then it is a case of a correct answer. You get a AC. But during the execution, if the judge thinks that your program has taken more time than the required limit, right? So if the required limit was 1 second and your program is taking more than 1 second, then your judge will issue a kill command. So it will kill the process, and in the output you will get a TLE. You will get that time limit has been exceeded than the given limit, right? So this is how you get a TLE. In that case, all the input files are not evaluated, As soon as a test case or a program exceeds the limit, you get a TLE, right? So this TLE response is sent back to the client, and all the responses, whether it be AC or TLE or compilation error, these are sent via the server to the client, right? So this is how the online judge works, and the idea is to make sure that you have to stop processing after a particular time, right? You cannot have processing in infinite amount of time. Whatever the algorithm is written, it must run in some finite amount of time, and it should be optimized, right? Suppose you want to check if a number is prime or not, and number is of the order 10 power 18, and you are using a ON algorithm, you are bound to get a TLE. And if you use a O of log n algorithm, you will get accepted, because log of 10 power 18 is going to be around 60, right? So this algorithm will pass and this will not pass. So ensuring that you get a TLE helps you to optimize your algorithm, right? So this is why and how you get a TLE. Now I'm going to talk about few things using which you can avoid TLE. The first thing is analyze the constraints. So you have to analyze the constraints of the problem very carefully, right? And it is given that in 1 second, if the time limit is 1 second, your processor is capable of doing 10 power 8 operations, right? Now let us talk about three things. Let us say the value of n, what is the worst complexity we can have for this value of n, and some example, right? Let me give you some example of that algorithm also, right? So let us say n is very less, the value of n is less than equal to 10. So if n is less than equal to 10, the worst complexity you can have is O of n factorial, right? This is the worst case algorithm you can have, or you can have O of 2 raised to the power n. Example is finding permutations or generating subsets. You can generate subsets of a set. This is one example, right? Suppose n is of the order n is less than equal to 18, then the worst complexity you can have is O of 2 raised to the power n into n square. Example of this is a traveling salesman problem with GP, right? So in traveling salesman problem, we solve this problem in this complexity, and this will work if n is less than equal to 18. Let us say that n is less than equal to 22. So in this case, the worst case algorithm can have complexity of O of 2 raised to the power n into n, right? An example of this is this kind of technique is used in DP with bit masking, right? So DP with bit masks. So I have made one tutorial on it, the t-shirts problem from CodeChef, right? This you can watch. And let us say n is less than equal to 100, then your algorithm must not have more than n4 iterations, right? So this is the worst complexity you can have, right? An example of this is you can have 4 nested loops. Any problem which involves 4 nested loops, and let us say n is less than equal to 400, then the complexity is O of n cube. An example of this is Floyd-Warshall algorithm, right? Using dynamic programming, it uses a n cube solution, right? And let us say n is less than equal to 2000, then you can have an algorithm which is of the maximum complexity O of n square log n, right? So this complexity example is that you use 2 nested loops with binary search. So nested loops work in n square, plus binary search takes logarithmic time, plus binary search you can do, right? Let us talk about n is less than equal to 10 power 6, or let's say 10 power 5. In that case, you can have a algorithm like
let us say 10 power 4, right? O of n square, right? Because for a given value of n, you are making 10 power 8 iterations which will get accepted. Example is bubble sort or insertion sort, or maybe any algorithm which uses 2 nested loops. Let us talk about n is less than equal to 10 power 6 or is of the order 10 power 5 6, right? In that case, you can have a algorithm which is either on or at max O of log n, right? So this is the maximum limit. Example is a greedy strategy, right? Or a sorting algorithms like merge sort, sorting in n log n, right? So these type of problems are covered in this range. And let us talk about little more. Let's say n is less than equal to 10 power 8, right? So in that case, the expected complexity is either on or O of log n or O of 1, right? So examples you can identify, right? And let us say n is of the order 10 power 18. So in that case, you can have a O of log n solution or you can have a O of 1 solution. Example is to compute nth Fibonacci number using matrix exponentiation. This you can do, right? And in this case, you could also have a linear DP problem, right? Linear DP, right? And this is how, by analyzing the constraints, you can choose an algorithm and you can think of what is the worst complexity of the algorithm I can have by analyzing the constraints. So this is the first method. The second method is you can use fast input output. Sometimes it is not only about the algorithm. So 90% of the times it is about the algorithm, but sometimes it is also about the input output method, right? So the next trick you can use is the input output, fast input output, right? So in C++ and C there are methods for taking fast input, right? So in Java, in C you can also use scanf and printf, right? You can also use fast IO, right? And in Java it is always preferred to have a buffered reader, right? You can have a buffered reader for Java, right? And the constraints on the time limit also are dependent upon the language you are coding in, right? For example, if the C++ takes 1 second, the same program in Java might take 2 seconds, right? And in Python it might take 4 seconds. That's why problem setters set different limits for different languages, because Python is a relatively slow language. C and C++ are relatively fast because of their being more closer to the hardware. So I hope you will use these tricks in your problem, and thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed learning from this tutorial. So hit the like button and do not forget to subscribe our channel Coding Blocks India on YouTube. For more such tutorials, visit our website codingblocks.online. Thank you.